We might not be now. John, and this one now.
Okay, let's reconvene now that we've got live stream. I'd like to introduce Matt Robertson who's the Senior Community Relations Advisor for Chorus, who will present the next item on our briefing. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks. Oh, yeah. Cheers. Okay. Thank you. Have I taken anyone away? I don't know. Right, well, thank you very much indeed for inviting me along to have a chat with you about Chorus activities at the moment. Way of introduction. We began 2011 with Telecom got split into two. The retail arm, which is now Spark, selling the service of the telephones, etc., and us owning the line and managing the line in the ground and on the poles, owning the actual infrastructure. Driver for that was the ultra fast broadband project, which was basically delivering ultra fast broadband to what is now 87% of the country. We're the largest provider of that. And there are obviously the other line companies across New Zealand that are involved, and you'll be very familiar with those because you've got North Power covering most of Kaipara, the overwhelming majority of it. So we've now got 87% of the population. The project is now effectively finished the build stage. We are still building. We're extending in greenfield sites with developers and looking for ways to sort of improve it out on the edges. Very localized picture for you guys in Kaipara. You can see the little orange bits, and that is North Power, and we are two small pink bits here in Bailey's Beach in terms of fibre, and here in Tikuru. We still own and manage and run the copper network there as well. So that's a significant proportion of the connected people in Kaipara. With copper, we've still got VDSL. So there's quite a lot of people using the copper for a good level of service in terms of internet access. What is a significant issue over the next few years, 10 years, is going to be copper withdrawal. We are going to have to sort of withdraw a service for copper in areas where we've already got fibre. And that actually includes areas where we are not the provisioners of fibre. So even in the areas which are being delivered by North Power or Enable in Christchurch, we're going to be in the process of withdrawing the copper. There are strict rules about how we do this, and we want to do it in the right way. We're not going to be just sort of knocking on people's door and saying, sorry, we're taking away your copper network. There's a set process about how we do this. It's called the Copper Withdrawal Code, and it's controlled by the Commerce Commission. They're our police overviewing how we do this, and we're going to do it in the right way. So we've got 6 months notice period with the customer, the end user, and there's another month on the end of that for that where we actually notifying the RSPs and people like that. This is really key. It's only applicable where fibre is available. That's as it stands at the moment. That we're not, like I say, we're not going to be pulling a service from people to leave them stranded. And there's obviously provisions for people to say, hey, hang on, I'm leaving me in a horrible position. So, there's provisions for people to put their hand up and say, this is not, we need to slow this down for my particular circumstance. Like I say, it is, the reasons behind it is that copper is is increasingly difficult to maintain. It's less resilient, it corrodes, and it's becoming uneconomic in areas where we've got fibre. And you're kind of thinking, well, you know, people, as a society, we move on to better technologies. One of the things that's driving it is we are getting pickup rates of 70% and up to 90% in areas where people have got fibre, so people are picking up the new technology. Obviously, we're looking after the sort of vulnerable users who are worried about maintaining copper connection. Okay. There are, in terms of the copper network, one of the worries is its resilience. There is a sort of myth, a wee bit, that copper's resilient because it carries on working in a particular set of circumstances when fibre might not work. However, the copper network is actually more prone to corrosion. What really hits resilience in a telecom network is power. And the copper network relies on more points of power than fibre network. So fibre network has a power point, needs power at one end and power at the receiving end, and the light carries through. But with a copper network, because it's an electrical signal as opposed to a light signal, the power needs boosting along that network. So you've got power boost here, at the various little exchanges. So if the power gets taken out here, then the network gets taken out. Whereas with
So Matt, on that graph there, you've got the various stages of Gabrielle and who was down and who was up.
yeah, so that down below, so it paints a bit of a picture of how we got back from the various storms. And they look exact numbers, but they're from a particular form of monitoring that we have. So there are people that are missed out on this, so I wouldn't rely this as gospel, but it shows the picture of the fact that more copper gets taken out in these storms, and fibre is easy, recovers quicker. I mean, albeit there's a lot, then, there's a lot more, in some areas, there's a lot more people on copper than there would be on fibre, and we've got variances there. But it does paint that picture of the fact that copper is more vulnerable in big storms because of those networks.
Underground? Fibre is all underground?
Fibre can be on poles.
Oh.
We can put fibre on poles. Okay. A preference is for it to go underground generally, but we can put it on poles. With there's situations where poles, if the rock's too hard to get it in the ground, or if there's things in the ground that we do not want to disturb, then it can go on poles. Okay. It's also lighter and stronger, so it does make it more resilient. At the same time as we've got this copper withdrawal, and like I said, the copper withdrawal is a long-term thing, and current activity is situated predominantly around urban centres. There's also Sparks PSTN, which is their exchange mechanism. And that's from 1970s and 80s, and that's getting old and needs to be replaced. And it's all copper based. So what they're doing there is that they're withdrawing that system. So they've got their own kind of copper withdrawal program going along at the same time as ours. With these, I emphasize the fact that we do not want to put anyone in a vulnerable position, and we will be supporting people through that transference of technology. We don't want to abandon people. That's the last thing that anyone wants. In other areas, we're working with local councils around smart cities, which is where obviously you've got traffic lights here, traffic lights here, traffic lights here. If you're using the internet and you're using fibre, which can carry more information and more information faster, you can get these various interchanges to talk to each other. You've got a much smoother traffic flow. I use that as a typical example, but it's not just about traffic. It's also about stormwater, sewage, and CCTV and other information that you can pass around the internet and Internet of Things. So there's opportunities there. And I'll forward any details that would regarding, who to talk to at Chorus about enabling some of this stuff. It isn't just for big cities, it can be, and there are applications in rural areas as well. Sustainability is a big thing for us. Obviously, there's the key thing of the fact that with fibre and improved internet connectivity, you've got, people aren't having to travel for meetings. You can just do the virtual thing, and I'm aware of the irony that I'm now here talking to you physically, but, for a lot of things, you can do these virtual things. And also the fact that, like I said, having a system that's based on light means you're using much less electricity. So there's two power savings there. We're currently very active in trying to reduce our carbon footprint and moving over to an EV fleet and things like that. The other sustainability issue is around social sustainability. Where you've got some huge, great piece of technology like the internet come in and you get fibre, which turbocharges that, there's the risk of people getting left behind because they're not connected. And they might be not connected for a variety of reasons because of they've been missed out in the network planning stage, which we're trying to fix and find ways around that and to fix and to resolve. Other areas are where there's poverty and people just connected because they haven't paid for that connection. And so we're working with various groups to try and fix that digital divide. It's also in areas where you've got a lot of elderly, older people sometimes are getting left behind by the digital revolution, and that's a key worry around copper withdrawal. The fact that, we need to talk some of the older folk through it in order to make sure that they haven't got that feeling of abandonment about it. We don't want that situation. What's next for fibre? There's more work to do out there. NZIER did a report, $16.5 billion benefit to the economy if we eke out a bit more around the edges. And that's not just with Chorus, that's also with North Fibre as well. North Power and the other companies as well. If we stretch out our outer limit, we bring in a whole load of more enterprises. 65,000 premises, $16.5 billion benefit to the economy. With rural areas, I'm sure you guys are all aware that often the economic drivers are actually outside the residential areas, whereas in the big cities it tends to be the other way around. Residential areas surround the economic activity, but for you, the more rural areas, it's the adventure centres and the farms that they've often been left out of the UFB build because they're outside of that residential area. So we're looking at harder trying to improve rural connectivity because there's a huge economic benefit to the country. That diagram shows a little, shows how we kind of distribute things in terms of the various schemes out there. Obviously, in the middle, there's the ultra fast broadband, which is, like I say, 87% of the country. It's the overwhelming majority of the country. But as you go out, we're catching in different groups. So there's urban fringe and rural capacity upgrades, which is where we're spreading fibre out and improving sort of that eking out at the edges. And then there's the rural broadband initiative, which covers quite a lot of Kaipara. And that's a mix of, it's broadly, majority is actually wireless broadband. So that's using the wireless towers about the place. And there's a mix of Vodafone, Spark and 2 Degrees working together on those. And then right at the outer edges, there's a rural remote user scheme, which is for about 0.5% of the country, or even less. And that's for very, very remote people. And there we're looking at satellite as the actual solution in a majority of those cases, increasingly.
Have Vodafone got the jump on you with this, Starlink?
Well, we're not a competitor. We own the fibre network in the ground and the copper network in the ground. Our customer technically is Vodafone or Spark.
Okay.
Yeah, so we own that bit in the ground. So we don't have a direct relationship with the end user. In between us, there's what we call the RSPs, retail service providers. So that's Spark and those guys. So, yeah, I mean, it's a huge game changer. There's no, in terms of how we talk about this stuff, because it's suddenly there. And I'd imagine it would have been a huge relief to a lot of people in those remoter areas. Gabriel was a big shock to a lot of people as to how, vulnerable we are. But I think it's.
Sorry, just adding on to the question, as a competition with SpaceX and Vodafone joining and all, a satellite will take over fiber at some point. Why?
Because they will need, ultimately, you've got all that information going to and fro, and it's going up into a satellite. So the satellite is somehow going to manage all that information that's going through it. Yeah, and so all that data, so it's going to be a log jam of data going through that satellite in the same way that there's a log jam going through the copper network. Light can carry more information than an electrical signal. That's the great advantage of fibre. And at the end of the day, what happens with SpaceX is you've got your end user here, over here, you've got your farm here. He goes up to the satellite, and the satellite goes to another satellite, and the satellite then comes back down to a ground station, which is located sort of various regions across New Zealand. I think we've got about 7, and that ground station is then connected into our fibre network. So so it's the idea that, the SpaceX, it just goes up into space and then magically is onto the internet. It has to come back down to ground, to Earth, and then connect into our.
No system would be perfect, because if you had a solar flare, you'd be in the poo too, wouldn't you? Is that correct?
I can't comment on that. Like I said, I'm a bit out of my pay grade.
Right.
Yeah, but that's, so they're not really a competitor. They're working in the same space, but it's kind of at the margins, and that's where they had their real value, is in those remote areas. Whereas us, for areas such as this, North Power and us, we're providing the best possible internet you can get is through fibre. Finally, Corus cabinet art. So sure you're familiar with at the roadside, you see these grey cabinets, and occasionally they attract quite a lot of graffiti. Well, in 2010, we started working, I think it was Manukau Beautification Trust, and just, getting artists to do amazing stuff with this stuff. It started as an experiment, and it's worked really, really well.
Has it dropped the graffiti levels?
Massively. Yeah, it's really, really effective at looking at graffiti. And it works, like I say, it beautifies them up. I mean, like I say, with as we sort of work through the program and with copper withdrawal, one of the things that we looked at was withdrawing, taking down copper, taking down the cabinets, because they're part of a lot of the time they're part of the copper network. And, when we've had artwork, people turn around and say, no, we want that left there, please. We want those kept. They just brighten up the place. It's fantastic. So, it's one of those things where everyone loves it. So it's a great little thing that we do. So if there are copper cabinets that are attracting too much graffiti, by all means, please let us know, and we'll see what we can do about it.
Do you get local people to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There's that community ownership of that people.
Yeah. The definite emphasis with these is we want the artists to be local, and we want the artists to be new. Sometimes they're not, but that is the preference. That if we have a new artist and they're local, then that's a win-win for us. And guys have got people who come through that it's their first bit of commissioned artwork or something, and it's actually established as artists that they've actually got into this and gone, crikey, this is a career for me. So it's a really good thing.
Yeah.
So you're paying them?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it comes out of our budget. It's not a massive budget, but it's one of those things that a little goes a long, long way. And we've worked with, it hasn't just been cabinets, with some communities, we've gone to the exchange building and, you know, those grey drab block things. And an artist's got hold of it and done wonders. So,
I believe Dargall's copper centre was the last copper exchange built.
all right.
It's a massive, great big brutalism piece of architecture in the centre of town.
Okay,
Paint it up.
there we go. Well,
There you go, one.
there you go. We've got a project then, haven't we?
Yeah.
Just don't paint pigeons on it.
Councillor Vincent, did you have a question?
I did have a few questions actually. Just for clarification, firstly, and it's, just clarifying, in terms of ultra-fast broadband, you need power at the beginning to create the light.
Yeah.
And do you need power at the receiving end as well?
Yes.
To see the signal, to
Yes.
make your modem work or what?
That's where people get concerned, because in the old copper network, you can't, it just relied that the telephone would work, a particular type of telephone, you know, the ones that, you know, most of us kind of like grew up with, and that there's a few of them still around, that they can work on the power that comes from with the telephone signal.
Okay,
Now, most phones don't work that way now, but there are some that people do hold on to them for that emergency situation. Because you need power at the cabinet in order to boost that signal along, there are batteries in the cabinet which will hold power for about 3-4 hours.
right,
So so there's a set of circumstances where you just have that, you know, that telephone will work in a power cut in certain circumstances where there's still battery in that power and the, you know, things are working in that cabinet, and that cabinet hasn't been taken out by the storm. Okay.
lightning strike or whatever, yeah.
Yeah. So the overall, so that's the resilience of copper. And I don't blame people for suddenly going, oh, you know, I need my copper phone. No. But in reality, overall, the fibre network is much more resilient because of those things, that there's less weak points for power. That's the main one, but it's also stronger.
Yeah, I guess from a wider, this personal situation to like, as far as the Kaipara district as a whole is concerned, we're, at the back door of Auckland, which is the, you know, largest population mass
Yeah.
country, and we'd like to make more people welcome here.
Mhm.
And one of the, key phenomena from recent years is the ability for people to work from home. And they can only do that if they've got a decent
Fibre connection.
or internet connection. And it concerns me that I'd like to know just how proactively that would be pursued. And one illustration I'd give is, for instance, did you realise that the largest undercover tourist attraction in Northland is about 2 kilometres away from the fibre network, at least it was near to it, which is the Kauri Museum.
Mhm. Yeah.
And I mean, they are in the process of, I guess, reinventing themselves to, I guess, become more relevant to today's audiences. And I imagine that high-speed broadband of some sort would be a key element of that. For
Yeah.
instance, quite apart from, say, the person that wants to be a refugee from Auckland and just get away from it and
Yeah.
live somewhere between here and there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we are working, like I said, there's the NZIR report, $16.5 billion to the New Zealand economy if we push out at that perimeter. And this is, you know, it wouldn't just be Chorus, it will be North Power, it'll be Enable down south as well, just to push out at that perimeter, but we need that money coming from somewhere. And, you know, that, and it is a governmental sort of issue. The whole UFB was a PPP, $5 billion initial sort of investment. You know, do we need a mini UFB on top of that? That's, you know, those are questions that are sort of Wellington based, to sort of, you know, to raise those, you know, there's avenues to sort of, to push that case. you know, we're having, we're pushing that case to say to government, hey, look, you know, we can extend it a bit further because you have those benefits. And there's ways that, you know, and we're open to discussions about extending, about communities being able to contribute, councils being able to contribute, to try and find a way of stretching that out. You know, it's not a simple case. You know how it isn't us operating. We can't do this in a silo, stretching it out. But there's, you know, things beyond us to sort of would help push those things on.
Really appreciate you coming along to open up the dialogue.
Whereas,
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Look, I'm conscious of time, so I see in your presentation, there's an email there, so the active members, if you'd like to ask further questions, could you please email them to Matt, and I'm sure he'd be most happy to answer them. Thank you.
thank you very much indeed. Thanks very much indeed for your time. I will email a soft copy. Oh, no, I already have actually. Yeah,
We've got it.
great. All right, many thanks.
Thank you very much. So we'll
Very
move
much
on to the next item on our briefing, which is the Mangawhai Wastewater Scheme briefing.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
Beaming in from outer space as I am doing, what's the best way for me to let you know that I have a question? Because I had my hand raised.
My apologies, Councillor Erin Collins. I did know that you wanted to ask a question, but I needed to move on. So my apologies if you could email your question as well, and I'll try not to miss you out.
Okay, my hand was raised halfway through his presentation, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Is-
okay.
is
Well, look,
there-
I didn't really
Is there
get
a
your,
better way for me
I didn't really get your hand up until quite late in the piece, so I apologise for that. I couldn't see on the screen because of the presentation. We'll
Okay, so-
try and improve our process.
Okay, so I'll just keep trying to raise my hand at this end.
Yeah, we'll be notified. Yep.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay. So yeah, with this item here is produced, will be presented by Alan and Clint Cantrell. Isn't it? Clint, welcome. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. So we bring to you today the Mangawhai Scheme briefing update. You will note this paper, a similar paper came to you in.
It's still not live.
We've got that under control. So.
Shared.
That's okay. Today we bring you the Mangawhai Wastewater Scheme. It's an update on the briefing that we gave you in December 22. I'll take the paper as read. And I'll just go through some points on the presentation before I introduce and hand over to my team. So the purpose of today is really just to give the elected members an update. So since December, we have done a peer review of the work that was previously done. And today just provides a high-level overview. Please note that there will be further briefings and information coming back through to this council as we move through the various phases of the project. But the context is really to brief elected members, give an update on some key drivers and timeframes. What is the preferred option plant and treatment system forward? What are the near-term solutions to address the Browns Road farm irrigation issues that we've been experiencing? We've done quite a lot of detailed work on the golf course and the opportunities there for subsurface irrigation. We've done more work on the cost estimates, and more work is currently being undertaken, but today we can give you an indication of the high-level estimates that we have, and then obviously work through what the next steps are. So last year I did commission a peer review of the scheme. Given the large value, we're talking in the order of $100 million. So it was prudent that we actually did do a review. So we pulled together a team of expertise from nationally, but also internationally. And to my left is Clint Cantrell. Clint's been in the industry for quite some time and has quite a lot of experience in wastewater systems and design. Craig White is from Becker Hunter H2. They're very experienced international consultants in the field of wastewater treatment and technology. In addition to this, we have Peter Gearing. Peter is our expert on subsurface irrigation. He's done quite a bit of work in New Zealand and internationally, so has the right caliber. And we've got Rory Bishop. So Rory comes from Alta Consulting. I thought it was important that we had some independence around cost and construction methodology. So Rory sort of sits in a glass pan where information is given to him. They've got quite a lot of information right throughout New Zealand and around the world on what it actually costs to build infrastructure. And they also run scenarios around, the probability of the costs being correct. So they run them from anywhere 50% certainty right up to 95% certainty. So I just wanted to give some confidence to the council that we had the right people on the team. And given the previous issues we had with the plant, making sure that our cost estimates are in line with the outturn costs that we would be expecting. So look, I'll probably just hand over to Clint now just to go through the purpose and go through the various slides. We're happy to take questions as we go through. We don't have to wait till the end. So if there's a question on the slide, certainly please, happy to take those.
Thanks, Connor. I just switched to that's okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Clint Cantrell. Nice to meet you, and thank you for allowing us to be here today. As Anand's already articulated, my role was to lead the peer review and develop some recommendations and a preferred option pathway. So I'll present an overview of that today. I just want to reiterate, I'm reflecting the hard work of Peter, Craig, Rory, and other parts of the team. And as Anand said, please ask any questions as I go through. So in terms of what we want to cover, we'll confirm our recommendations on the preferred upgrade pathway for the treatment plant, but this also speaks to the future of Browns Farm and the use of the golf course for recycled wastewater effluent purposes. It's a good news story, and I'll share that as we go through. We obviously, one of the fundamental drivers is to ensure that we can provide capacity for growth. So I'll speak to what capacity looks like as far as connections and timing the capacity requirements. It's fair to say that our recommendations are grounded in experience with proven technology. So there's nothing embryonic or on the edge of uncertainty or testing. So leading edge. Yeah, leading edge.
Leading edge.
We don't want Kypera to be the experimental base for technology that hasn't been tested. So everything we're going to speak to, we've got direct experience in terms of Craig's probably the leading process wastewater engineer in Asia Pacific worked with. So we've got the experience of proven technology from Australia, but also WaterCare. Most of what we're talking about, WaterCare has been running the technology. There's a big emphasis on the future of Browns Farm. So as Anand mentioned, we're addressing some near-term community identified issues. In fact, after the council briefing, my daughter who works for me and I are heading to Browns Farm to meet with the community and talk through some near-term solutions, and I'll speak to that. And obviously, Anand and I have tasked the team with the future use of Browns Farm. So again, I think it's very much a good news story that we'll speak to there. We're enhancing the quality of the effluents. We're taking it to what's called a Class A recycled level of quality. The term Class A comes from Australia, which has sort of led the technology pathway from the major droughts, Australia converted a lot of treatment plants for non-potable recycled reuse. So everything from irrigation to other non-drinking water uses. But there's been a very strict public health set of rules and regulations applied to that. So even though we're not using it for drinking water, there are very strict health standards. So Anand's edict to me was nothing will leave the Mongawai treatment plant to go to the golf course for recycle that doesn't meet the A grade standard. Craig is probably one of the leading experts in Asia Pacific about how to deliver that. So we'll explain that part of Mongawai. And then I'll speak to what that means for Brown's Farm.
Use the bells.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. So this just presents a spatial overview with some very important dates, and I'll come back to these dates. Our most recent estimate, so we worked with KDC to do intensive sampling of the Mongawai treatment plant this past Christmas holiday. So Craig wrote a sampling plan. KDC's ops staff followed it. We had operators testing the plant every day pre-Christmas, during Christmas, and into January. That is the period when the plant sees the highest peak loads from the holiday population. So it was really important we had very up-to-date data. Based on that data, our estimate is that the Mongawai treatment plant will hit its design service capacity in 2024. So we don't have a lot of time. I do have good news. We've got some near-term plans to address that capacity constraint, which Craig and I are very confident. But it is a matter of time to get going on implementing those. The second important date is really at Brown's Farm. Brown's Farm irrigation system will hit capacity around about 2028. So if we don't have a Class A product in use of the golf course for recycled effluent, our next capacity point is Brown's Farm. The consent at Brown's Farm doesn't allow us to irrigate the farm to the point of surface runoff unless we're trying to stop the dam from overflowing. So the capacity point is we can't send so much effluent to Brown's Farm where they have to oversaturate the farm. So keep those two dates in mind.
The question there, are you aware of where that overflow runs to ultimately?
At Brown's Farm? Yes. And we've been on site and on its instructions, even related to the recent flood event. I myself and Rory were here on the day that it flooded. We were actually at the Mongawai treatment plant. Rory didn't make it out. I did. So he stayed here for a couple of days. Yes, we've done some analysis about what happened and worked with.
This is raising a banner on behalf of the Kaipara Harbour.
Yes. Yep. So the next slide is really the key issues that we're addressing, the actions and the timing. I won't spend a lot of time on this slide because I'm going to come back to these points. But again, we've talked about the plant hitting capacity by 2024. Craig has experience with a system that is called Indents. WaterCare uses it now. It's effectively, the analogy I would use is putting a turbocharger on a car. So with an indent system, we can rapidly implement it at Mongawai in the near term to address that 2024 deadline. The indent system we estimate will provide sufficient capacity to get us to 2028. So it takes that near term pressure off. And in that pathway, we will upgrade the other parts of the plant before 2028, and that gives us capacity to make it out to about 2047 for growth and development. And I'll come back to that in a second.
Sorry, can I ask a question on this? So the whole presentation is based on the premise of connections and having residents somewhere in peak, right?
Yes.
So we have decided that with 136 connections, we will be peak out, right? It's 2764 connection as of today.
Yeah.
2900, 136 connections, and you'll peak out. It's like emergency situation, right?
it's not just about the connections, it's about what happens when it rains. It's the combination of those two things. So the plant biological load capacity is around 3,000 connections, more or less, but the plant also gets stressed when it rains because we get the excess inflow and infiltration, which causes performance issues.
No, that's fine. It's just, my question is
Sure.
how urgent it is. I mean, because it's hypothetical based on so many data, right?
Yes, you're right. It is. Yeah. But, and we knew that question was going to be asked and very important. And that is why we did the intensive sampling this recent holiday period, because we wanted very up-to-date information on the loads that the plant sees in that peak holiday period. But you're absolutely right. I mean, we are projecting the 2024, the plant will be more or less at capacity. And I think it's important that we operate on that assumption. Yeah. We will talk about the medium-term growth needs. So beyond taking the near-term pressure off the 2024, we'll talk about our plans for what we do in 2025 and 2026. That does two things. One is it gives us capacity based on our estimate out to about the year 2047. But it also converts the plant to the Class A recycled effluent quality, which allows us to safely use the golf course as a recycled effluent irrigation system. And that takes the stress off of Browns Farm. And then beyond that, we have, Craig and the team has worked out to the ultimate step, which won't be required until about the year 2046. And that converts Mongawai to what we've estimated as the ultimate service capacity. So as Anand mentioned, Anand's tasked us to address near-term issues at Browns Farm. So we have been out on site. We did investigations post the flooding event. We've looked at data. We've met with the community and listened to their concerns and their issues. And again, I'm leaving this meeting today, going back out to the farm to meet with the community. And today we're talking about our near-term actions that we've been instructed and agreed to with Anand. So the big issues at Browns Farm, first of all, the community's been concerned about bacteria and E. coli. So that is bacteria potentially related to the treatment plant itself. We've done testing and DNA analysis on the E. coli in the pond and in the stream, downstream of the pond. The good news is the E. coli levels are very low. Even if we didn't have a treatment plant, my experience in New Zealand, because I do sampling all across the country, most of the freshwater streams anywhere near farmland have pretty high elevated bacteria levels, whether it's livestock or other indigenous animal sources. We do sometimes find human waste, and that could be failing septic tanks and so forth. The data from Browns Farm is showing us two things. One is the E. coli levels are extremely low in the dam and in the stream. We have two sets of data, one from sampling we did, and the community did their own samples and sent it to the lab and gave us the results. The DNA test shows that the only type of E. coli we see is from avian sources, so it's birds. We're seeing it in the dam and the stream. Makes common sense. I'm surprised that we also tested for what we call ruminant animals, so that's livestock, cattle, anything that's ruminant. We didn't see a signal. I was very surprised by that because of the livestock in the area. And we saw zero trace of human. So we will be providing those results to the community today. So Anand's enabled us to do very, very forensic testing and analysis. And so we're taking a very evidence-driven approach. And he's also instructed us to be quite transparent with everyone, which we are doing. The second issue, sorry.
Sorry, my quick question.
Yes.
You had those two sources, from the residents and your own test. Did they mirror each other?
Yes, they were very close. So normally in E. coli in those situations, I'm used to seeing E. coli levels in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. I live in the North Shore. Anna and myself and others have set up a program in Auckland called Safe Swim on the bathing recreation beaches. Takapuna Beach, Naranet Beach, I take E. coli tests all the time. I see numbers in the thousands. And that's an ocean environment with a separated wastewater system. There are no treatment plants. There's no livestock. But, you know, we have other sources of bacteria. In this case, in the dam and the stream, the E. coli levels were in the tens and hundreds. That is almost close to primary contact recreation safe levels. Furthermore, we DNA tested the E. coli, and again, the primary source, the only source we're seeing is birds. So that would be the ducks and geese and things on the pond.
Councillor Nigel?
I'll have to pop up there for a swim after the meeting, Your Worship. Pretty nice.
For your books.
I'll go in if anybody else.
So that's separate from, like when we went up there, when we had that weather event, we had that, you know, that excessive green colour coming down, that's an algae issue rather than.
Yep. So I'll speak to that in a second. So the second issue is the pond is a natural place where algae wants to grow and does grow. Algae can normally be okay, but in some conditions, it will produce what we call cyanobacteria. It's a common problem across New Zealand. It happens both in rural and urban areas. I'm working on a project for Hamilton, Lake Rotorua. They have the same problem in the middle of the city. Cyanobacteria can produce toxins, and so the farm management plan requires that we test and monitor that, and then we operate the irrigation system and the livestock on the farm according to those numbers. And I'll come back to that in a second. There are some odor-related issues, and we've got a pretty good sense. Hannah and myself are installing what's called an odor sensor on the farm today near the discharge of the effluent. It's a digital meter that measures odor, and so we will confirm. There's potentially a few odor sources that we're working with the community, but we've got good plans to address those in the near term. There is a chance the pond is leaking. There's some anecdotal evidence that says there is possibly a leak in the liner, so the pond has a membrane liner underneath it. That's actually very common. A lot of ponds begin to leak over time. So Anand has instructed us to work with NRC to come up with a plan to drain the pond so that we can inspect the liner and repair it. So we are setting up discussions now with NRC to get their requirements to be able to drain the pond to facilitate that.
Yeah, so just to expand on that, Clint, what draining the pond means is actually discharging to the stream. So one of the things that I've instructed my team is that we want to make sure that we understand the ecological assessment of the downstream ecology as well as the stream, and also do water quality treatment if required to ensure that we do comply. But it is urgent that we do drain the pond. It'll be a one-off activity that we'll do probably and won't be happening again ever if the golf course goes ahead. But it is something that we need to do today.
One of the main issues that's potentially related to the leakage is we've got an underdrain system beneath the pond, and there is a pipe that discharges into what the community calls the swamp by some of the local houses. But I'm actually working with the KDC operators to upgrade the drainage pumping system. So instead of that leakage going to the pond by the farms, we're actually going to pump it back to the pond. And I've talked to the operators this morning, so we plan to have that done by the end of this month. So that will alleviate the main issue that the community's worried about as far as the leakage. And then beyond that, as Anand said, we want to repair the liner. Yep. So very quickly, in the realm of population forecast, so this table represents the latest figures that we've been given by council based on growth and forecast, and we've converted that into what we call equivalent connections. So right now, we're sitting at about 2,764 connections estimated In 2024, we get, by the end of 2024, we estimate we'll hit the 3,000 connection point, which is the design plant. And then beyond that, we get to an ultimate service connection of about 5,800 to 6,000 connections, which gets us out to about the year 2050 and beyond. That does include the commercial developments, the Bunnings, the New Worlds and so forth. So we take those and we convert those into what we call equivalent connections, which is around about what a 3 or 4 bedroom house uses. So we can convert a Bunnings to the number of houses that it would occupy. Very quickly, this just goes back to say the capacity issue around the plant is all basically happens in the peak holiday period. And Craig, myself, and others have worked on a number of plants in Australia and New Zealand that have the same issue that you get large holiday populations. And then in the winter periods, you've got your normal residential population. This is our program of recommended upgrades and what it means as far as time. So the Indent system, it's the same system that Watercure uses at their main Mongaree wastewater treatment plant, and they're using it at their Warkworth plant. Our plan is to implement that at Mongawai in 2024, and when that is up and running, we now have sufficient capacity for connections out to about 2028. In parallel with that, we recommend we begin the process for converting to get to that Class A recycle effluent quality, which we can do those things in parallel. And then the third element between now and 2028 is to convert the balance tank that's being constructed now to a third biological reactor. So with those three things done, we put the Mongawai treatment plant has sufficient capacity for growth out to about 2047. And we're producing a recycled A-grade quality effluent. This just shows some basic plans. These are more or less conceptual renderings. Now, Craig, Rory, and myself have all been to the Mongawai treatment plant to walk through how the construction will actually work, because we have to keep operating the plant whilst we build and facilitate the upgrades. Rory's team has given me very fresh off the press what we call P95 cost estimates, and I'll be updating your slides with those numbers, but the numbers are within about 5% of the numbers that we put in in the slide decks that you have. So they're very close, and I'll just update those verbally. But again, the P95s are based on Rory and Craig's assessment of what it's actually going to take to build the plant. So essentially, we implement the Indent system that can be done with little construction disturbance. In parallel, we convert the third tank, and then we implement the Class A system on the back of the plant, which is what we call the ultrafiltration system. This is just an updated concept of what's happening at the golf course, which is on the back of Peter's hard work. So Peter has been feverishly working on the golf course. He has been doing testing. He's had monitoring test holes in. I'm going to say this wrong, but we were fortunate to have data for the flood event at the golf course. So Peter knows what has happened at the golf course in the extreme rain. The good news is big focus on the practice fairway, which will be our primary effluent subsurface irrigation system. So we've estimated that part of the system can take about 5,000 cubic meters per day, which is well in excess of what the plant currently discharges and gives us quite a bit of headroom. We will want to maintain Browns Farm in the future for those peak events, and also for what we call nutrient balancing, because we'll need to go through a consent process to be able to discharge effluent at the golf course. So Brown's Farm gives us resilience, but we will take a lot of the pressure off of Brown's Farm. In essence, the plan is to send that Class A recycled product up to the top part of the practice fairway, and then it would go through a subsurface drip irrigation system buried underneath the practice fairway. It would have its own drainage to a storage system. So the great thing about this is we're sending a Class A product that then goes through drip irrigation in the ground. So we have that forward treatment barrier of ground interface. And then we go back to a storage tank that the golf course can use for irrigating, not just the greens and the tee boxes, but the fairways themselves. So in the future, the golf course will stay very, very green pretty much all year round. So if you look at the Omaha Golf Course, which has wastewater effluent irrigation, it's very green. So it's a good news story. And then from there, through the consenting process, we can discharge excess effluent through possibly a constructed wetland. But we can also send Class A in a peak exceedance to the Brown's Farm system. But the ultimate plan for Brown's Farm is to get rid of spray irrigation altogether. So we will probably go with a much more compact subsurface drip system at Brown's Farm, but much smaller because we won't need to send near the amount of volume. And then we would probably have a constructed wetland system at Brown's Farm to do any sort of final polishing.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I see this, if you could help me, as this opportunity and risk with Class A water. To give you some background, because I've been around that long, when the scheme was originally set up, talk was about that the water would be of a sufficient quality to be suitable for irrigation onto pastures for dairy farmers. And there's at least one large dairy farm still, I think, on the path of that water. Has any thought been given to approaching those properties which are on the line, so to speak, to assess their interest in maybe receiving some Class A water as opposed to Class B water?
Yeah, so we are in discussions. They have approached us.
Okay, cool.
That's part of the mix.
Yep. So you're aware of that opportunity. The risk aspect, I'm thinking back to the golf course. From my limited understanding, even with Class A water, it is still possible for, just because of impurities in the water, that sort of salts build up that are inclined to form a crust, which can then limit the percolation and so on, and the efficacy of the irrigation system. Did I just make that up, or is it?
Many factors tied up in what you said. Salt typically is flushed out. So the key thing from the golf course perspective is it wouldn't be irrigated all year round, so you'd get the winter flush. Yes. Also, it's how you manage the system. So the system would probably be managed in such a way, and we were designed to do that, so that it could force the salt through.
I wasn't meaning like as in sea salt, but just so much as compounds that form as a result of various residues.
And it is in the wastewater, and a lot of it actually comes from washing powders to actually keep the colour, stop colour running out of the clothing. So yes, that is, and there are systems around New Zealand where they've had those sorts of problems. I don't particularly want to name them, but there's one where we had a bit of an argument on the South Island about that. And effectively, the academics all agreed what we were doing at the South Island would actually overcome that issue. So yeah, that's the sort of thing that we will think about, and we will try to build in the resilience.
I was drawing on information that's about 45 years old in my head.
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the reasons that we were keen to have Peter on the team is he's one of the best in New Zealand around a lot of those back end issues, the long-term operation. I mean, one of the sort of case studies is the Omaha Golf Course is had a drip irrigation system running for over 10 years.
20
years. Yes, so we're using examples of what's worked really well, and we're being very mindful of the cases that haven't worked well.
Yeah, because it also depends, I guess, what's in the soil as well in terms of chemically what it's made up of that might react.
Yes, correct. So some of the things will be, actually, in many respects, clay is a little bit of an advantage, not too much, but it has what we call cation exchange capacity. So it actually can absorb, particularly phosphates. So yeah, we'll sort of cognizant of those issues.
I guess if you built a little bit of redundancy into the system as well, it would mean you could rest.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're proposing to do. So
That's the concept.
that's
Yeah.
exactly the concept. Yeah.
So what we're trying to do is essentially, if you think about how Mongaway operates now, you've got one pathway for effluent disposal, which is a pump station, a 10-kilometer rising main, and an irrigation farm. So any sort of failure in that critical infrastructure and you have no pathway, with our plan, you'll have redundancy in those pathways. You'll have the golf course, you'll have the surface constructed wetland pathway, and you'll have Brown's Farm. Most plants in New Zealand don't have that redundancy and they wish they did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Lambert?
The peaks and the rises, it's working to your advantage with what you're talking about. But those, that excess stormwater that's coming in, what has been done to try and monitor and reduce that from the households getting into the system? Because that would be also another easy fix, yes?
I've done some preliminary analysis for it. I&I reduction, Anand's got more experience than most of my clients in New Zealand in the world of I&I because he's been dealing with it for years, but he and I are on the same page. It's a very difficult, we call it death by 1,000 cuts because there's a lot of points. But the interesting thing that I've picked up about the system here is you can get 10, 20, 30, 40 mils of rain and the plant doesn't see a huge amount of leakage, but you hit this tripping point and all of a sudden the water just starts to come in. So, this is probably a case where we have gully traps, possibly, points in the system where the stormwater is overtopping, but
We've also got a pump system and, I've talked about this previously with council where the private households' water tanks need to be drained and the path of least resistance is to open up the taps. And we have seen that behaviour in Auckland. I'm not saying it's occurring here, but given that we've got the majority of it on a pump system, which should be tight and we should not be receiving a lot of water from that network, but we are seeing it.
Through the chair, just clarify. Thank you, Chair. So in the morning, we had a presentation from John, who was Entity A and quite experienced in this system. He made a comment that the systems you're having here are not, they're probably old generation, one generation behind systems. So is it also one generation behind?
No.
In the same breath, what is the cost of the new system, which is good for 30, 40 years rather than keeping upgrade?
Yeah, so John is referring to the other plants around the district. So if you take Dargaville, for example, it's a very antiquated pond system, which is very, very old technology. I guess the benefit of Mangawhai is it is new technology, but there are problems with the plant that we have observed, and we're seeing that today. Some of the components have been switched off because they don't work, and hence you're getting a degrading of performance. So we are bringing this plant up to modern specifications, but also allowing for growth across the whole district. We need to have new packaged treatment plants that treat the water to a very high quality. And then obviously we need to understand how we discharge.
What's the cost of having a new treatment rather than having this 24, 26, 28 upgradation? Would you at some point give us a comparison?
Yeah, so the ultimate plant upgrade that we noted some time ago to council was in the order of about $95 million. We've done some rework on that, and it's looking still coming down to approximately $70 million. Now these numbers are broad in the sense that beyond the 2040, depending on what happens with population, you will need to have some sort of membrane plant. At the moment, what we're doing is saying, we've got a good plant, we just need to retrofit it with a couple of components that'll give us good quality water that we can use at the golf club, we can use at Brown Road Farm, but we can also accommodate growth, which is our primary driver.
It's still 65 million here, and then we have a new plant for 70 million.
Yeah, well, you multiply that by a few times because we've got Dargaville, we've got Mangatoroto, we've got the other plants around Kaiwaka,
Yeah.
which are all integrated.
I get it. We're talking only Mangapai at the moment.
Yeah,
Thank you.
so just to that, as Anand said, the existing technology you have in Mongawai is, we would call it state of the art. It's CAS. So the idea of going to an MBR, the previous estimates on it. So, and I'll probably just jump to this slide. So what I've shown here is there's really two choices. One is to take the existing CAS technology, which is, we design brand new treatment plants today with CAS. It is a leading edge technology. And so the recommended pathway is to take that CAS system and do the initial increase to capacity to get us past 2028. And then the next round of investment is in 2025 and 2026. So between now and 2028, we're spending just north of $20 million, but that $20 million gets you capacity and a Class A recycled product all the way out to 2047. Where the other option about converting the plant to an MBR, you'd be spending over $30 million to do the same thing. And then you have to spend money again around about 2032, which is another 12 or $13 million. And those two options are producing the exact same product. There's, it's an equivalent product. To the question you asked earlier, and this is where Anand's come from, as soon as we achieve Class A recycled water from Mongawai, it does open the door to other potential recycled water users. And depending on what happens with droughts and so forth, you'll be very surprised that may be a very hot demand, because this is what happened in Australia.
I'm just thinking too, that with the presentation we had earlier this morning from the man from NTA, the first priority for water for Kaipara District was the reticulated water supply for Mangawhai.
Yep.
Well, if you're digging trenches for a water supply of potable water, well, then there's the potential here to have a recycled water system as well through, stick another pipe in the same trench or like for non-sanitary purposes.
Yeah.
Into it.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. And yeah, so I think Anand and I use this term a lot. We call it the game-changing steps. I think Anand's edict about creating a Class A product is a game-changing step for Kaipara. And then it creates a whole new recycled water market.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just clarifying on CAS and MBR.
Yep.
I've been used to the use of the term, the membrane and doing the membrane.
Yep.
So to be clear, are we talking about one option, not introducing a membrane?
Yeah, so great question. Both options require membranes. It's just a different way that they get applied. So with the CAS option, to produce a Class A product, we have to have a triple barrier disinfection system. This is strict, sorry?
Show the slide.
Yeah.
We'll bring the slide up.
Okay.
Yep, there you go.
Okay.
Yeah, so to create a Class A product, we need 3 disinfection barriers. Right now, the plant basically has 2. So the third barrier is with an MBR option, the membranes are integrated into the biological treatment units. With our CAS option, we keep the CAS as the biological part. And then Craig's plan is to add what we call ultrafiltration membranes. They're more sort of containerized. You can almost truck them in and you plumb them in. KDC has experience with ultrafiltration membranes. You have them at Mangatoroto. So the beauty is you have operators that are used to those types of membranes. So you still have membranes, but they're working on the downstream end of the biological process. Craig and I both believe that's a more operationally less complex process. And WaterCare has a ton of experience with in fact, the ultrafiltration membranes at Magaturoto are used membranes that were brought in from WaterCare.
You knew that.
Yeah.
I have a question there from Erin Wilson Collins. I've got you, Erin.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I understand it's difficult. Thank you for the presentation. I sent in a couple of questions ahead of time, and one of them has been answered. So that's good. But just the other one, you had the costs up before. And my other question was just asking whether those future costs are they at today's dollars?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so the real cost could actually be more.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just good for us to realize these things. Thank you.
And a great question. And the only thing I would add in response to that is the critical near-term spend is essentially between now and about 2026, 2027. Those are the dollars that we spend that creates the A-class product and capacity out to about 2047. So whilst they're today's dollars, we need to spend those today's dollars around about by 2026 or 2027. So there will be some inflation, but a lot of that is tempered. Once we get to that 2028 point, the financial pressure comes off for a considerable time. Yeah.
Oh, just skip through all this, like just briefly.
Thanks very much.
Okay. Yeah, so I've already spoke to this, but this is really just about why we've tabled the preferred CAS pathway, both in terms of technical terms and dollar spend. We still have the reticulated network program that's more or less the same as what council was presented in December. I don't know if you want to.
No.
Okay. Yep. The Class A versus Class B, we've kind of covered. This is about the triple membrane, but that puts you in a position of being able to provide a safe, non-potable recycled water product. I won't dwell into too much detail, but again, a lot of people think that it's just about bacteria. There's three things in wastewater that we're trying to disinfect. Protozoa, viruses, and bacteria, and each require, that's why we have to have the three barriers to achieve that. Again, there's a lot of detail on why we need different technologies, because viruses are so small, the only way to get to them is ultrafiltration. And then we use other disinfection forms, the chlorine and the ultraviolet light for the other compounds. This is what an ultrafiltration system looks like. Again, these are sort of containerized systems. They come in by truck. Your KDC operators are used to them because they run them on Magaturoto. Craig and I were at Magaturoto with the operators, and we went through and they love the system. They're used to running it. This is what an MBR plant looks like. It's a big beast. This is not the pathway we're recommending. Now, I think the intention is to show that that's the level of work that we would have to go to turn Mogawai in. And those of you who have been to the treatment plant site, there's not a lot of space. It's a very compact location. Again, we've talked about CAS. Craig designs plants today with CAS. It's a very common technology. The gentleman who invented CAS, I worked with his son, and I'll just tell you really quickly, David was the movie 21 about the kids that went to MIT and did card counting and made millions of dollars in Las Vegas. David was one of those kids. I used to work with him, and he came to Auckland and we went to the casino and they wouldn't let him in. So very briefly, the golf course, Peter was on site. Do you want to speak to these photos real quick?
Yes, just go back one.
Yep.
So we've done some testing. We did it in October. So the photo on the left is a cone penetrometer. What that does is that basically feeds a rod about 1 inch, 32 mil in diameter down into the ground, and it measures the resistance. Most people just let those holes collapse. What we did, we actually lined them with a bit of a little conduit, and we've been measuring some of the groundwater since Gabriel. So that's how we've got some pretty good data on what's actually happening on the practice fairway. And the test on the right is, I work very closely with Professor Frank Cook. He's a leading soil scientist from the old DSIR and the CSIRO in Australia. So we've actually tested drip irrigation in the sands across the golf course, including on the practice fairway. So we've got a pretty sound set of data to feed into his model. He's one of the leading modelers in the world. So that's where our estimates of the capacity of the system come from. And they're not guessed.
Got about 1 minute.
Okay, let's just flick through. So why the practice fairway? Well, the answer is basically absorptive capacity. The photo on the left is your event in February. Same event on the right-hand side just after it stopped raining on the practice fairway. No sign of water, so it's real. Next one. So beauties of subsurface drip is that there's no human contact, there's no odour, there's no aerosols. But most importantly, there's no cross-contamination of rainfall runoff. So we keep rain separate from the effluent, so it's not moving in the environment. Our concepts at the moment are basically to irrigate more of the golf course than had been originally considered, but not for similar sort of money. So we're talking about sort of 15 hectares instead of about 11, so that gives more like 900 cubic metres a day, so that's 600. That's about it. That was about a minute, wasn't it?
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Great. Thank you, Peter. Just to sort of run you through the next step. So as you're aware, we are addressing the Browns Road issue as we speak. There's a whole lot of investigation still continuing in terms of our consent for the discharge onto the golf course. Further work is undertaking on the golf course itself. We are continuing to optimise the plant every day, effectively. We want to look at a phase 1 design and implement the indents system, and we'll bring back a package to a council meeting at a later stage. And then we want to continue to refine our design and cost estimates, and then look to proceed possibly with phase 2 design. We want to be in the starting lineup for the NTDA to make sure that this is implemented and is in flight. We want to continue discussions with iwi in terms of the irrigation system, but also the discharge of the Brown Road Dam that we're proposing to undertake. We're also talking to third-party providers around optimising or utilising the balance of Browns Road from a commercial perspective. So early days conversation, but solar has been talked about. And I'll provide you with more information as we get further clarity with those interested. And we're also in discussions with the NTDA asset management plan people. I'm part of the steering group. So our capital investment requirement for this project has gone into the overall NTDA AMP. Now that's got to go through some iterations, and obviously where the Auckland funding line draws is something that is currently underway with DIA, but it also includes our 10-year investment profile. At some stage during the next couple of months, I will need to bring to this council some visibility on that 10-year plan that we have put into the NTDA, but I'll bring that at a later stage. So that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take a few more questions. Councillor Lambert.
You probably don't want to answer this question, but any spending that we do here on wastewater will be picked up by NTDA as a debt?
No, it'll be costs that we incur today. And that's why we want to break this down into phase 1 and phase 2. Get on with the design of phase 1. Yeah. Just to clarify that, you could be right. Yeah, because the fact is that we'll have a component which we can add to the overall balance on the current Mangawhai scheme that we have. So the answer is potentially yes. Yeah.
So we've got a small window and it could be a unique opportunity to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, gentlemen. Great presentation. I did pre-submit a number of questions and 90%, well, most of them have been answered, so that's great. But I just did want to clarify that the cost of the actual irrigation onto the course, that's it. Is that included in the 7 million or is it?
Yeah, so we have a provisional budget. So Peter and I have taken his latest concepts and I've done a revised cost estimate. We've kept a provisional funding of 7 million, which was identified back in December. We're pretty confident that the ultimate system will sit beneath that budget based on his latest concepts. Yeah, that's the basis of that number, but it is included, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
The remedial work for the Lincoln Downs Farm, the event that happened and what the issues that there are, that sits outside of any monetary budgets here. Do you have an idea of what that could potentially be?
Look, we're building that knowledge as we speak. So there's no, the answer is no at the moment, but we are building that knowledge, and it could vary and it could be quite broad. You know, so if we drain the pond and we find that the liner is a minor repair, then that's fine. We're doing some ongoing operational improvements anyway as part of our BAU that the community talked about, and you know, on reflection, they're good things to do. So I've instructed the team to get on and do those. In terms of, and we're trying to minimise the spray area, so we're trying to optimise the spray. Going forward, if we were to introduce subsurface irrigation and wetlands at Browns Road, we haven't costed that yet because we just don't know the footprint or what that looks like at the moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But to that, if I may, Mr Mayor, the 8 million you've got there for Brown Road plus wetland.
Yep.
That's an ultimate allowance if indeed you go ahead with the.
Yep.
That's right. Yeah, and it's an estimate, but the midterm and short term is something that we're just still working through.
Okay.
But largely covered by our operational risk manager.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Pretty important item. So look, we'll take a 10-minute break for refreshments. Come back at just after 12:10. Thank you. So lunch is later.
Working your hard.
I just heard him cats and all I could see was a Burmese word.
Next, silence, please. The next subject on our review today is the Ruai Adaptive Pathways overview and update. So away we go.
Right, tēnā koutou katoa. Good to see you all again. Hope everyone's well. This report and presentation are on Ruai Adaptive Pathways, our community adaptation planning pilot program. So today I'm just going to essentially update elected members on this pilot program. We're going to do this a few ways. There's a few steps to today's presentation, and I know we're working to catch up on time, so some of this might be a lot faster than I had originally written, so I will talk fast. Apologies. Hopefully the accent doesn't throw anyone too much. I'm going to recap our council's community adaptation planning kind of services and talk to Ruai as a pilot for these services. Then I'll get more into the adaptive pathways planning approach, so why we're doing this approach to community adaptation planning. And then I'll get into a bit more detail on the scope, structure, project steps, timeframes of Ruai Adaptive Pathways, because we haven't done that yet. So to bring council fully up to speed on what's going on. And then a quick update just on recent achievements with Ruai Adaptive Pathways. And I'll end with an overview of upcoming decisions for council and some immediate next steps. So you have seen a version of this before, so I will just keep this quite quick. At the February council briefing, we presented our responsibilities around climate resilience, really climate change. But in short, you can sort of see 2 out of 3, at least, statements on the right there are really our commitments that we've set in place to meet our responsibilities, which are the kind of summarized in the middle square there. And those are our existing LTP commitments and our climate goals under Kaipara, our strategic framework. In a nutshell, they're essentially that we work with communities towards resilience, that we understand and effectively plan for and manage impacts and implications of risk and hazard, and that we combine these by co-developing these adaptive plans. So that's just kind of a quick recap for you guys. You will have also seen this slide before. This is from the February briefing. Again, it's just a refresher. We are defining those 3 commitments I just talked about in this community adaptation planning service. Ruai is the pilot for this service. The aim, the trajectory currently is that we provide this service to all of our communities, our exposed communities that are ready and need to work with council to do adaptive pathways planning, to do a community adaptation plan. And I'll get into the dynamic. It's also called dynamic adaptive pathways. I'll get into that in a little bit more detail later on. But essentially, we are applying this approach so that we are able to maintain flexibility. So it's changing how we do planning. It's kind of a mix. Take this with a grain of salt, but it's kind of a mix of spatial planning mixed with infrastructure planning, mixed with community development engagement. That's the planning approach, if you will. We're working quite intensely with communities, with tangata whenua, and it allows us to plan even with uncertainty. So when I say uncertainty, I mean different values, lots of different understandings of what the future will hold. We're working in a very dynamic environment. So we can't crystal ball gaze with 100% certainty. We don't know the extent to which hazards are increasing, and we don't know the exact timing. We also don't know, we can't map out responses to those outside of the surrounding area. So there's a lot of things at play, and that an adaptive pathways approach allows us to kind of still plan with that uncertainty. And essentially what it allows us to do is protect what's most important to communities, get their buy-in, get them on board, but prevents any sort of irreversible ways of addressing risk or managing risk. It doesn't lock us into one way of doing something, and it helps us prevent any sort of overinvestment. So we don't jump the gun too quickly. We do things at the right time in the right way for that community. So that's why we're doing adaptive pathways. I won't get into this too much, but essentially this is the framework that we are operating under when we're doing community adaptation planning, adaptive pathways planning. This is stock standard. Any council who's undertaking community adaptation planning by and large, this is the approach. So the wheel that you see there, you have seen it, it's on the website. You'll probably, by the time we get to step 7 or 8, you'll be sick of this wheel because you'll see it a lot. But the aim is like I said, by mid next year, we hit about step 7, which is the adaptive planning strategy with the triggers. And then you carry on 8, 9, 10, and it's a cycle. So this is here to stay. We work through this cycle as long as we need to, well into the future. So when I say community adaptation planning is a service, it really is a service that council's starting to provide. And I'll get more into dynamic adaptive pathways and the steps of it. Think about this wheel as I kind of go through, because I'll walk us through that a bit more. I'll skip that for time. So really we start in a preparation and context element. We start with understanding the hazards landscape. So the flooding situation, what are the hazards? And looking at what the current situation scenarios or hazards, and in the future, what those could look like. We use mapping and modeling as our primary tool, but we also test this against local knowledge and understanding. So that is what we're just starting to wrap up in Ruawai, and I'll talk to that later. I'm not going to get into the modeling and mapping today. We have a staff member from NRC coming at the next briefing to do a much deeper dive into the modeling and mapping, because there's not time today, so that is coming. And this is the tool that we use to understand hazards and to understand exposure. And then what we'll be doing is bringing that into a values and a risk assessment process. So going into step 2, we ask what matters most. When we ask this to the community, right now it's to Ruawai community we're asking this. We set community aims and values. So they set objectives saying this is what we need to track. This is most important to us. That could be services. That could be what Ruawai as a place means to them in terms of we want to keep access to Kaipara Harbor. It could be the community, the local businesses. So we just understand what's most important about place. It sets us our trajectory. And then we ask them, thinking about the hazards and the exposure, we ask them, well, what's tolerable to you in terms of impacts of flooding implications, and what's intolerable? So what situations might you be okay with? Once, twice, but when it hits 3 or 4 times, is that not okay? So we're asking around flooding kind of intensity. We're asking questions around the frequency of flooding, and we're asking questions around the duration as well. So we kind of break it down, and we're doing that. I'll talk again. This is more process, less about Ruawai itself, but we are getting into answering these questions with our farming community, our businesses, and with the wider community as a whole. So this is the circles on the right there, the diagram, the Venn diagram, really shows the risk overlap between hazards, vulnerability, and exposure. And the key point really here is when we talk about looking at risk, we're actually not talking about just straight up exposure. So just being in a flood zone doesn't necessarily mean you're at risk, because it's a matter of vulnerability. So something that is underground, potentially, and an enclosed asset that's underground, like just a straight up pipe, isn't vulnerable to surface flooding necessarily, right? But for a house that has a lot of area that could be exposed to flooding is more vulnerable. So we look at different assets, we look at what the uses of different things, and then from there we can assess whether something's more vulnerable, and then we identify risk. I'm not going to get into the pictures too much here, but it just basically, this is from Thames Coromandel. Royal Haskoning are consultants who are supporting us to co-facilitate. They've just completed the entire Thames Coromandel shoreline. They've just run this with. They produced their risk assessments, and the image on the left basically shows that there's a high amount of exposure to hazard, but there's not much out there. So there's actually quite a low risk level, if that makes sense. But on the right is your Thames area. I'm pretty sure that's Thames. And there are a lot of assets, there are a lot of services exposed, so they have a much higher risk. So it's just showing that the difference between exposure and risk. And we're going to step into this in Ruawai. But that's kind of the key part of the process, is understanding your hazards, your exposure, and then what that actually means for risk. Then you bring all that in, and this is later on this year, we'll be doing this with Ruawai, getting into then looking at your options. So what your response options are, and then starting to map out actual pathways that get us towards our objectives without reaching those intolerable situations. I'm going to show you a much better example in just a minute.
Understanding, because I think I really like this, in that what it's showing is that we attempted option B, or action B, and found that it was a no-go. So then we proceeded to look at the other options, and action A was still viable all the way through. And then we also looked at option B, that came to a certain point and it was a no-go. But if we combine action C with action C with action B, then we do have a viable option. And similarly with action D, it is so that our options have reduced and we're modifying as we go along, so keeping as many options open as possible for as long as possible.
Exactly. So how it works is it's a bit of a refining process. So we look at our hazards, we understand exposure, we work with community to say what matters most and risks. Then from there, we get a list of, well, what are all the possible response options that put us there? And then you refine it saying what best meets those community objectives while avoiding intolerable situations. We don't hit our tipping point. There you shortlist to a series of options. And that gets you, and this is a better image of it. This is an actual adaptive pathway plan that came out of Thames Coromandel process. This gets you on a preferred pathway. So you just keep refining exactly what you're just talking about. Here are all potential options. From there, what puts us on the best track? And then you shortlist it again. So you've got 4 or 5 potential pathways. And from there you say, well, what is our preferred pathway? And then you add another round of engagement, essentially, where you say, how do we know it's time to move from one response option to the next? So that's, if you see on the bottom here, it says if existing dune width has reduced by 50%, typically 6 meters. That's what this community, I think this is Whangapoa, this community is looking for. That's saying, right, actually, we're hitting a signal. That's our signal that we're going to hit a decision point in time where it's time to change the response to soft engineering, where we actually start enhancing the dune through setback and planting. So it's going from just general maintenance to dune enhancement. And then from there, you get into a whole nother round of triggers and signals that indicate it's time to move into kind of enacting land use plan change and potential relocation. So that's what this community has decided, thinking about what they want for their place and what situations are intolerable to them. And this is what we're going to produce through Ruawai Adaptive Pathways, is a plan like this. Now, I know we are short on time, so I'm going to skip through this. And I know this is a light touch, I apologize. There's a lot more on our website. There's a little video too, and it breaks down, Councillor Vincent, what you were referring to around the different options and pathways you want. So Ruawai Adaptive Pathways project itself, this is the project area. It's the Raupo drainage scheme along with Te Kōwhai area as well. So what you see on the map, and I've zoomed into Te Kōwhai because it's quite small. That's the area for Ruawai Adaptive Pathways. This is the project structure. The community panel, as you can see, and I talked about the panel at the February briefing a bit. This panel is at the center of this process. So, and we're working closely with the Drainage Committee as well as Te Urio Hau Mana Whenua to provide, and they're supported by their technical group and the project team, and they will be providing recommendations to you as council. That's how their decisions will come to you for final actual decision, if that makes sense. You have seen this picture before. Again, like I said, the community panel is at the center of this process. They were recruited through invitation, but also through open nomination. There's 20 panelists at this point in time. Typo. And there are a wide range of members from across Ruawai. So it's a really strong representation of Ruawai farming, local businesses, teachers, community groups, people whose families have been there back generations to people who have arrived within the last 5 years. So we've got really good spread, rural, in the village. So we're really, really pleased with the quality of representation that's coming from the panel. And the panel is working again in this What Matters Most right now. They met on the 7th of March and they worked towards the shared understanding of hazards. So they looked at the maps, they got into the modeling. We obviously talked about the cyclone and the impacts of the cyclone. And on the 2nd of May, they're going to be looking at the community aims and values. So we're still in that kind of top square. This is the time frame for how we're progressing. This just shows you kind of a different way than the circle, but it just shows the key milestones, where we're headed in different months. This could change. This is an iterative process. But the blue stars indicate when decisions will be coming to council, when recommendations will be coming to council. And I'll just show a different way. But the key point, I guess, around this is that this will be a journey. This will be a journey between the panel, the project team, and council. And by the time we get to panel recommended community adaptation plan decision next year, August, council will have made multiple decisions and been across this process. So this won't be a surprise to council. That's what or at least that's what I'm really hoping to achieve, is that there's no surprises. So we'll come to you soon with the community objectives. Like I said, the panel's we'll do that in May, looking at the aims and objectives. Then we'll come to talk to council about the risk tolerability thresholds, confirm if there's going to be sub areas for those pathways, and then look at the pathways themselves, triggers, signals, triggers, and thresholds, and then the plan. So this is kind of, this is the process broken down in a table, which does leave out a bit of complexity, but it just shows what's going to come to you guys as council. In the immediate, we will gather as a panel, project team and the panel will gather in May and June to confirm the community values and objectives, and then the risk tolerability thresholds. And there's potential that this will get pushed out, but that's what we're hoping for. We'll do an initial consideration, and then we'll present a report seeking a decision on those objectives and on the risk thresholds to council. So this is just the table, but in the immediate. I skipped over quite a bit. I apologize. Just wanted to catch up on time. So I'm happy to answer any questions on Ruai adaptive pathways or dynamic adaptive pathways more broadly. Thank you.
Jody, councillor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I happened to drop in there the other day and had a lot of community putting comments on this project. Would you like to share which way they're driving it?
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to the immediate engagement we've just done. So we did just this last week, we had 2 workshops. We had workshops with the farmers in Uruguay, and it was a select number of people. That was based on the panel recommending farmers who we should talk to. So we asked the community, who should we talk to? And we did the same thing with local businesses on the Thursday, and then we had 2 drop-in days, and that's what you're referring to. And we were framing those engagement events really around that aims and values and the risk tolerability threshold. So we're asking 2 questions under that: what matters most? We haven't done a full assessment around those answers yet, so we're still processing the questionnaires. We have a survey that's out right now and open too, so that hasn't closed yet. Just really high level, we've heard a lot of appreciation for the community itself, the community coming together and supporting one another. Obviously, farming and agriculture is a huge pillar of Ruai. That's pretty obvious, but it's worth kind of saying. So that's an element that needs to stay supported and protected. That's what we've heard from the community. A lot of appreciation for the roading system. So these are kinds of things when you start to think about it, you say, well, yes, of course, but it's really important to have those as the key values and objectives that guide this process. We've also heard a lot of appreciation for the Ropo Drainage Committee and that structure that's set up to make management decisions and support the management of our drainage asset there as well, and keeping that local. So that's something we've heard as well so far. I will bring you hopefully come July, I'll be able to present the actual full list of final objectives for you to look through. Yeah, thank you.
Cody, any further questions? I'm sorry to put you through the pressure pot in terms of time, so appreciate it.
Did it well at the gallop.
Thank you.
Did well at the gallop. Thank you very much. Okay, next item. Ruai Adaptive Pathways is done. Severe weather events of January and February 2022 and the Recovery Action Plan and Damaged Infrastructure Update, brought to you by Annan and Glynis.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, could I have Jason Maris just talk a little bit about Glynis's role, please?
Yeah, sure. So, team, I've emailed you updates about the response to the recovery. Previously, we are required to get a recovery manager in place over a period of some months to manage our recovery from the weather events. Glynis, who's there in front of you, is our full-time staff member and is normally, in a normal job, the health and safety manager for council. And Glynis came back from holiday in Mexico and we, boom, on the Monday, first day back, said, yep, I'll give this a go. And really got into it and done a great job. So it's a pleasure to introduce Glynis to you. And obviously we're thankful that she's taken on this role. And she'll give you an update after about the recovery process in Kawerau.
Thank you.
So thanks, Ben.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. This will be a joint presentation. Really just, this will be one of many reports that will come to this council. We previously provided briefings at a high level. We've now started to get a bit of definition around some of our costs and damage, and this won't be the last report that comes to council with further updates and recommendations around movement of annual plan this year and next year's capital program to accommodate the shortfall that we may be seeing as a result of doing all our repairs. So we will give an update on the action recovery plan, and Glynis will do that. But also this now brings in the February event that we had in Mangawhai. So we're now calling it the January and February storm events. So we're encapsulating all the storms that have occurred and just provide a high level funding option. I will say that I'll take the report as read and we'll work through the presentations. Look, this is just repeating a bit of history that I talked about. We had Cyclone Gabrielle striking us between the 12th and the 14th of February, doing quite a bit of damage right throughout the district, primarily in the Dargaville area. We had quite a lot of rainfall that just caused devastation and quite a lot of flooding. Thinking that was behind us, we had another weather event on the 24th of February, largely around the Mangawhai area, where we had 390 mils over a 5-hour period. Now that's a lot of water in a very short duration, and we all felt the force of that. It did cause considerable damage, not only to habitable properties, displacing people, but also significant loss to agriculture. And the two photos there just sort of demonstrate the severity of what we were dealing with. Just want to recap back to this slide that we presented at the briefing. This is a high-level indication of what we understand the costs to be to date. So the most left-hand column is the areas that we need some investment in. The next column talks about the total cost that we estimate at this time. The middle column is what we are looking as a council to fund, and Waka Kotahi subsidy as well. So the way the Waka Kotahi subsidy work is that they will be funding all the started and will be completed by June 30, 2023. Beyond that, we have to go back to a subsidy of 62%. Therefore, and the delta needs to be funded by council. I will talk in more detail about that a little bit later on. So what we've been doing with the team, my team and the finance team, both myself and Sue, is that we've been looking to see how we can fund, giving options to council to look at how we fund dollars by reprioritising our current and future capital program. But then there's also an option further in the slide that if we were to continue with the roading works, there will be a substantive impact on the rates in addition to the current increase that we are talking about. So this slide here just talks to how we fund the non-roading projects and the roading projects. So option one here is that we've got a whole lot of programs that we believe we can defer. they're not going to be stopped, but we believe that we can tolerate the risk of deferring them and not increase the risk to council if we do. And then we have to work out, then we've got a whole lot of projects that we need to add, and they come to the 5.4 million. So we're deferring 5.1. There's a shortfall of 300,000, which we believe we can take out of wastewater depreciation reserve. So that's one option. And then we've got the roading component.
Can I ask a question here? A question through the mayor? When you say the drainage and all those things, which you have included in the recovery thing, have you included stock banks and floodgates in that, or is it not included?
Yeah. So the report talks about what we can do in the short term. So it does have a section on land drainage, and it talks about what we can do in the 22, 23, 24 year, and it sets out a number of areas where we want to do some work to bring some resilience.
The pictures are there, yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And then we've also identified some program of works that need to really go into the LTP, the long-term plan. So it's broken down into immediate and then long-term. But that's, you need to reference the
flood path I saw, but I wasn't sure whether it's included in the next slide. Yes.
Yeah. So the details aren't included in the slide. The details are included in my paper.
Thank you.
So in the roading,
Hang on, just, sorry, because we have to also weigh in the potential for the responsibility of Three Waters to be taken over by somebody else after 1 July next year. Does that influence, has that influenced your thinking on what should go where?
Well, it has. If you look at the Dargaville Wastewater Treatment Plant, we've taken the best part of $1 million off that. So we need to do some immediate work to ensure that if Plan Change 81 does proceed and other developments do proceed, we've got some headroom in the plant to accommodate that. The longer term improvements to the plant, we believe we can defer into Entity A, should Entity A progress.
Thank you.
So just probably a little bit of, I might just spend a couple of times, a couple of minutes on that. So there's a wastewater Dargaville, there's a replacement of vehicles that we're still having a conversation with our property manager around. Generally, the replacements every 3 years. We trying to say, why can't we push it out to 5 if we can? So that's an opportunity there. The Waitua Dam, we're looking at increasing our headroom to provide more resilience to the community. We want to continue with the design and get it shovel ready, but we believe that we can further construction to Entity A. There's some opportunities around the town hall. There's some residual change out of the Mangawhai wastewater upgrades that we want to put back into the mix. We're looking to go to LTP consultation on the waste strategy. Therefore, the recycling bins don't need to be procured at this stage. The roto intake, it's one of the takes that we take from the Kaihu River. It sits in the middle of a paddock, effectively. My initial assessment was that we need to really tidy this up and fence it all off. But having said that, the money that we did set aside, 300,000, probably wouldn't go as far as we would like it, and therefore putting that up as an opportunity, but ensuring that the roto intake protection works are part of Entity A's asset management plan. Wood Street, we are looking at deferral of the stormwater system. We still haven't got full agreement with the community. We've still got to seek Waka Kotahi funding for the beautification parts of the work. So we see that, we won't be spending that money this year or next year, and therefore putting that towards the pool of funds that we can address our recovery. Then on the roading, of the 18.8 million, there's a chunk of work that's happening this year, which will be 100% funded. We believe that the balance will be in the order of about 11.9 million. If we apply the subsidy, Waka Kotahi will be funding us 7 million of that. Kaipara District Council still needs to find 2.1 million to do the balance of the work. Now, I just wanted to point out, Mr Mayor, that these numbers will change. They're changing daily. As we get more information, if we do more work this financial year, that $11.9 million will come down. But it gives you an indication of what we are looking at.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And just on this roading and the 100% that we get from NZTA until June 30th, what is our risk of those projects not, a percentage of them not actually being completed by then? Do we have the resource? Do we have the plan, the elements identified that we can realistically achieve in that timeline? Because it's a short timeline.
It is. And a lot of work has happened, councillor. So it does depend, it's weather dependent as well. Obviously, roading is heavily weather dependent. I am pushing my team to get as much done as we can by the 30th of June to take advantage of the subsidy. But the works have to physically be completed. So, it's not a matter of starting geotechnical investigations. We've actually got to, finish the roading repairs. So, look, it's something that I'm keeping my eye on, and the instruction to the team is if we can get as much done efficiently. Obviously, we're not going to be ineffectively. Get on and get as much done as we can. So that's the instruction out to the roading team.
And you do have a schedule of
absolutely
where they are?
Yeah.
I may have missed it, I don't.
In terms of the schedule changes daily, weekly, right. But be rest assured that we are monitoring that and making sure that.
So what you're saying is if we don't get a certain amount of work done by the end of June, we don't get the money.
So if we finish all the work by 30th of June, we'll get 100% subsidy for all of that work. Post June, we go back to the 62%.
Right.
Now, one of the things that, look, I'll go to the next slide, then I'll tell you what the plan of attack is. So this slide here just talks about the roading component. And I think, we believe we can manage the non-roading within the program that we have, and we've got sound justification and reasoning, and we can carry the risk, which is no more than what we anticipate. And then we come to the roading. So we need to find $2.4 million. Now, in order to find that, $2.1 million. In order to find the 2.1, we need to save 5.6 million because of the 38% subsidy that happens. So just to sort of recap, we need to fund 2.1, which means we need to stop 5.6 or defer 5.6 worth of projects. Now, at the moment, we've identified two programs of work that we believe we can put on, we can defer. There's the bridge replacements, and then there's the unsealed roads. Now, we are in discussions with NTA in terms of the risk profile of not doing those works. They're reasonably comfortable with the deferral of the bridge replacements. They are a little bit nervous around trimming the unsealed roads budget. So what we might do is we may look to swing the pendulum back towards more deferral of bridge replacements as opposed to unsealed roads. But what we're saying is that we want management to have the flexibility of making that decision around
those bridge replacements. Bridges that are in disrepair, or they under 2-lane, or what's the system deal with them?
They're identified as needing work, but they've done a further risk assessment as a result of the storms, and they believe that they could still buy some time. Now, given they need to be done, ultimately the bridges will need to be done. But we can if we have to find money, then that's one of the program of works that we can defer.
Sorry, just on that money part, I attended this Regional Transport Committee meeting yesterday, and we figured out that anything over 7 million, there's a significant kind of GPS against that. But you can include in preventive maintenance, which we need at this point because of the flooding and all, where community consultation is not required, and you can put a case. I'd like to talk to you on that. So we don't have to look at this 2 million bridging. We rather look at the 7 million or whatever we need. Yeah,
sure. So happy to do that. Yeah. So, but at the high level, if that's subject to further discussion with Waka Kotahi or decisions, what we are saying is that in order to land on our annual plan process that Sue will talk to, and we need to land on that fairly quickly, we are giving you some guidance today around the certainty of the programs that we can defer without the reliance on further subsidies which may or may not occur. So as a result of the 2.1 million that we need to find, the options are that we do look at deferral of those two programs of work. The implication is that if we bring those back in, it's assessed at about another 4.8% rates increase on top of the rates increase that we are projecting today. Now, just coming back a bit, there's a whole lot of funding that's available out there as well. And when I say a whole lot, there's the CDM and NEMA funding that the government have opened up. So we've got a team looking at how we can access those funds and meeting the criteria for those funds. So that's one piece of work that's underway. There's also tourism infrastructure funding that's recently come on probably about 2 or 3 days ago, TIF funding. So we're looking at if we can move some of those projects into those TIF funding opportunities as well. So I guess the benefit of all of those is if they do materialise, then the impact for us is less, and we could bring back some of those programs that we have been looking to.
Councillor Erin Wilson-Collins up there, your hand up.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I have a couple of questions. One, just in relation to what you're just talking about with pushing out the bridge replacements. What's the risk, or what happens if one of those bridges then becomes critical and to be replaced?
So we've had a bridge assessments done post the events, and the professional advice is that whilst they do need work, they can still be deferred a further year. What I am going to say is that we are looking to pen a paper to Waka Kotahi, probably at the highest level, and indicate to them that they should reconsider their position of 62%, given that Kaipara is a small council. We can't, burden our community with a 4.8% increase, and at the same time, reluctantly we can defer, but that's at a great reluctance. And so the penning of that paper was going to be from Jason to someone quite senior in Waka Kotahi in Wellington, so that they understand our position and if they can reconsider their position.
That's brilliant. That's fantastic. My other question was in regard to the Waka Kotahi funding. They made an announcement about that funding, but does the 100% cover work that was already, emergency works that were already completed in relation to the cyclone and the weather event?
Yeah, it's a very complex methodology, and so I'm going to say yes.
Okay, we'll go with that.
That's a complex answer.
Thanks.
Councillor Howard.
Sorry. And when good news about the letter and going back to Waka Kotahi, I just wonder, is there a point and indeed a need to seek an extension of the Green 30? We've done that on other matters.
That's the point. Yeah, exactly that point. Yeah, we want to get through this tranche of work with 100% funding.
Cool.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I guess one other option we need to at least put on the table is for amongst those various projects, if any of a capital nature, whether we take on extra debt to say so repairing a slip on a road, can that be regarded as capital, so that if we come up with our local share using debt, and then we at least makes us eligible for the higher subsidy rate, is that something we should be considering?
Yeah, Sue has been talking or discussing that. So Sue's online. So Sue, do you want to bring it up now or later on?
So I think you're on mute.
You?
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, great. So we're going to be approaching the ceiling of our debt in over the next 18 months, because we're now spending our money rather than the government's money on projects. So if we were going to take on any more debt, the council would have to consider whether they wanted to go, whether they could go above the ceiling that they've set for themselves, which I think was 60 million. We can actually go up higher. LGFA have said it's a higher amount that we can go up towards, but the council didn't want us to go above 60 million. And also, if we're not going to get the money back, then we would have to rate for it. If you're doing roading, it's only a 10-year period you're looking at. So you're actually looking at raising your rates for 0.75% over the next 10 years. So we've got to look at whether that is sensible as well at the moment. But if you're saying, should we try and do more work? Because the whole thing with this work is we're going to end up with an extra $26 million of work because of the storm event. Now, because of that, it's actually pushing our capital expenditure total for this year up, and also for next year up. And next year, we're looking at anything between 70 to 80 million. Now, I'm unsure whether we can actually find resources to do the work, because we've never been able to get to that amount and do the work in any other year before. So that'd be my major concern, is we can put in all these projects, but are there people out there to do the work? And also the debt impact if we don't get the money back 100%.
I think we have to consider all the options, and I think that is one of them.
Yep.
Whoever gets dismissed or not.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is just the devastation that occurred right throughout the district, and we've seen these quite before. One of the things that we are facing on this slide here, though, is a lot of our impacts has come from runoff. So, you could ask yourself the question, why are we dealing with the little lady in the middle there, Olsen Ave, when it could be seen, it's her property that's getting flooded. But what we've got to realise is everything's coming to her property from the catchment, plus our road. Our road is draining at the same time. So to some extent, we do have an obligation to ensure that our network is not draining onto people's property. And so there's a wider piece that's going on in terms of our asset management planning to address that. And depending on whether we classify this as rural or urban stormwater, it will be going to the NTDA for planning and implementation.
And just on that, the Pahutakawa photograph there, I mean, all that water is a runoff from a council section.
Yeah. What we're also seeing, Mr. Mayor, is the shift in groundwater table. I'm not sure if you can recall the slide that I presented earlier on in Dargaville. We had a very wet November, very wet December, very wet January, storm events and significant events in February, and that's just somehow altered the groundwater table. And you can see it at the Mass Park in terms of a pond that wasn't there is now a pond. So we are working with some groundwater specialists to see if that groundwater table will recover over time. And depending on that, there'll be fit for purpose solutions around individual properties or locations. I'm going to hand over to Glynis now, just to talk about recovery.
Sorry, Glynis, just before you start, can I just pause us for a second? So I just want to check that we've got enough to start building a report to council for the annual plan. And so there are a couple of options there. So what you heard Anand say is that we'll look at doing more out of the bridges budget and less out of the unsealed road. But direction from you as a council, is it to try and keep the rates increase down to around the 5%, which is where we're previously, with these options that we're talking about in front of you today? Is that the direction you're providing us?
Well, if I can say, we would like to look at those options of extension and other avenues before we make a decision on the rates.
We're not making a decision today, but you're giving us direction so we can bring it back to you to make a decision, because time is passing quickly. And the annual plan needs to be adopted by the end of June, and we need to create the document and all that sort of stuff. So, you know, we're going to need a decision out of you fairly soon. And I just want to make sure we get clarity on which way you want us to go. There are a couple of options there.
I think it's premature. As you said, we will look at those options before we make the decision. I would say no at this stage, unless we look at the other options.
Will there be a briefing before we have to make a decision to look at this, or it'll just straight to a decision?
This is it.
Okay.
Kind of it, right? So we're trying to get a bit of direction here so we can actually create and craft a report to come to decision making for the annual plan.
For me, I mean, it's ideal to aim still for the 5, but there is a reality factor to that occasion by this, and Councillor Ash is right, is that there is this new information and you know, I mean, if we just get an extension of that 100%, it makes a big difference straight away. So there is some information to be found out. I think that we wouldn't want to just slip back and just say, well, you know, this event happened, so that's justification to push the rates up to, let's say, I mean, we're toying with figures, but let's say 6% or 6.5%. To me, the ideal is let's do everything we can to try and keep it around about the 5%. But if ultimately there are mitigating circumstances, well, we'll have to address that.
So if I can respond, Mr. Mayor, to that. So the extension, like, we can request it. You know, they may not make a decision within the timeframe we need, right? And so I agree, we need to get that information. If subsequently that information comes in and they grant it, that's great, we can adjust the figures. Likewise, once we have more clarity about what external NEMA funding we can source for the emergency works, that's all subsequent information as well that may reduce it down. We're not going to get that quickly enough to not do the annual plan, to do the annual plan. Sorry, so we do need to progress it. Yeah, so yeah, I'll hand to Anna as well. Anna wants to say something too. So look, so we totally understand the position you're in. It's difficult, 100%, right? We've got this process we need to roll through to try and get there. So, Anna, but before we go, Anna, if you would mind.
I was going to say, in terms of Councillor Nai's proposition, look, if we can get the money, then we'll bring the program back on. If we don't get the money, then a decision needs to be made in terms of whether we go with the 4 point.
Yeah, but not today.
Just giving guidance that if we need to make a decision fairly soon because time is of the essence.
Understand that.
Just sort of repeating myself again, that if we were successful, because there'll be some time passing before that decision is made, then that program can be brought back in. If the decision is no, then council makes a decision of whether it wants to increase the rates by 4.8 on top of the 5.
Councillor Vincent.
I'm not disagreeing with you, what you said, Mike. Yeah, I didn't know if I should address you as that or Councillor Howard, but never mind. I think in a way, people might ask the question, if we didn't adjust the rate level, having incurred an extra cost, gross cost of what, 28 million or something, they might wonder what the hell's going on. I think we do need to, I guess, prepare the community for some pain, and there are people who have been directly affected, a real punch in the guts. Also, there are funds available from various sources to address those specific individual circumstances of those people who have been, seriously affected. And there may be somewhere in that some form of rates relief, but I think overall, if we come back with a rate number that's less than the official headline rate of inflation, that's still a good effort on our part, and acknowledging the reality, well, we did incur an unbudgeted cost which we need to respond to in some way or another. So that's my thought on it.
Yeah, I'll have Councillor Manison and then Councillor Paniora thereafter, and then Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins thereafter that. Starting with you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I would just look again at the assumed costs nearer to the time in which they are to be let. I don't think many people understand how much things are going to come back. I've just had a client before who's got several farms, and he's indicated to me just today the payout's been reduced by another 50 cents per kilogram. Okay, I've been anticipating that, but I've been around for a while. Most people are not aware of how much they will come back. There will be a delay before costs come down, but costs will come down as pressure on them arises to be a participant in the program. So I think you're going to have a fair saving in costs, and I don't think the community is going to look favourably on any increase in rates. Thank you.
Councillor Paniora, I think, was next.
Thank you through the chair. I had a question that I'd posed. So I understand that our recovery manager Glenys is speaking to her presentation next. But the question that I had was around why we're just focusing on a recovery plan for Mangawhai when we know that Dargaville also has a lot of issues post cyclone, and why we're not looking at it holistically with the whole district and we're only focusing on Mangawhai. Yeah, so can someone answer that for me? Thank you.
Through you, Chair. So we are looking at the whole district. We've got some damages identified in the Dargaville area, the Te Kupuri area, which are outlined in my report.
Thank you.
Supplementary. So why is that not being put on this plan as a feeding into the long-term plan budget, or is it? Or is that what you're saying? That already is.
Yeah. You've got to read the report, Councillor. It's outlined. The detailed programs are outlined in the report.
Okay, thank you. Who was next in line for a question? Councillor. No, I had someone else, was it? Aaron Wilson, Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Oh, thank you. I actually only raised my hand because I wasn't sure if you could see Councillor Paniora. So I knew you could see me now. So
good on you. Councillor Howard.
Yeah, as soon as I've got the microphone, I will just add my 2 cents anyway. And I think Councillor Vincent's raised some good points. And to add to that though, I think if there are any works that can be deferred, that possibly need to be deferred anyway for the various reasons that Anand has outlined, then I am comfortable with that. But I also think that it is a relatively sensible point that's been made that this was an emergency, and there are costs related to that, unfortunately, and it's not ideal. But we don't want to end up deferring works that then mean that either something costs us more or costs our ratepayers more in the long run, because then whatever works are being done is degraded even further, etc., or causes any further damage or health and safety risks or anything like that. So it's a real balancing act. But that's where I'm sitting. Looking forward to the report coming to the council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Wilson-Collins has basically taken what I was going to say, is that to me there is a no-go area, and that is where any deferral ultimately ends up costing us more. And I don't know how easy it is to defer that or even determine that. But that would be a no-go area for me as far as that. But as I see it, is if I read it correctly, what we're talking about is essentially deferring roading projects or bridge projects, and that pretty much covers the shortfall that we have.
Yeah, just for you, Chair. Look, we've council, we've done that assessment before we came to council in terms of the risk profile and making sure that our operating costs don't increase. So we've done that due diligence. We've got two options there. We've got some unsealed road budgets and the bridge, and we just want to balance the two to make sure that we do enough sealed roads and the bridges can go into the next round of funding. The other thing that Sue has raised a very good point, and it's something that I have noted, is the resourcing. One of the things that I wouldn't like to do as the infrastructure manager is, take the rates from the people and then not deliver on the work. And there is a likelihood that would occur. It is a big capital jump from this year to next year. We will face rain events. We will face delays. It is inevitable. And as I said, I'll repeat myself, we wouldn't want to be taking increased rates from the community and not deliver. So we're building in a bit of buffer to make sure that we can achieve what we say and also have less burden on the community.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, so I think we are arguing about a thing which is giving the option. So the option is we can defer the road and bridges projects, and then we are not putting anything on the ratepayers. So that's option one. The second option is, as we talked about, the extension is possible. In that case, we can go ahead with the roads and bridges and also do the rest. While in the preventive package and all these floods, we are getting $30 million. I don't understand why this $2 million is getting so much priority of a project which can be deferred. So if we defer it, it's not a discussion point. And to be honest, being in that meeting, when I was looking at the maintenance and contracts and all those operative, the likelihood of Kayapara doing that kind of money was only 15%. So even if you want to do it, you cannot do it by June or whatever the target date you have to do it. So I guess we just defer it in the interim. We are not going for the rate increase. That's what I suggest. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, and look, if I repeat myself and I apologise, but if funding does become available, we would look to bring those programs back.
Thank you.
Cool. Sorry.
Just quickly, I was going to say, obviously we were aiming for 5% and then the weather event happened. So we do have to be realistic and use some common sense. I think the thing too is communicating with the community about we're going here, we've had to come here, if it turns out that that's what happens. But I think we need to be pretty clear on why, and yeah, that's all we can.
Through you, Chair, I don't think we're the first council in the country that's looking at reprioritising their capital work program or operational programs. So it's happening up and down the country as a result of the storm event.
Yeah. So look, these range of options will probably come to the next full council meeting, I'd imagine. There's a lot of thought to go into what you've presented today. It's put us in a fairly new position with this weather event. So we need to put our heads down and put some thought into it, come up with some responses. Any further questions?
The clarity through you, Chair, is that we will be looking, as recommended in the presentation, to absorb, defer, to ensure that our rates increase stay within what Sue is working on.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for indulging me on that one. Dennis, recovery.
Thank you. So I should just let you know that I've been in this role now for 4 weeks. And prior to being in this role for 4 weeks, actually, I didn't actually know that this role existed. So please bear with me. There has been a very steep learning curve. I have to say the thing that I have learnt the most are 3-letter acronyms. I attend a huge number of meetings on on teams, whether they be the Northern Adverse Events Group, or whether it be the Task Force Green Group, or whether it be about our welfare team. And the thing that really stumped me in the first week or so was trying to work out which organisations people were in fact reporting on. So I have to say, in the 4 weeks, I have learned a phenomenal number of three-letter acronyms and how different departments segue into others, and how funding sits around those different departments, and how you may be able to source different funding streams. The role of the local recovery manager, I report into our group recovery manager, who's in Northland, and I sit alongside two other local recovery managers in Whangarei District Council and in the Far North District Council. And we together as a small team really look at what does recovery look like for the northern area. One of the things that we have done is that we have submitted an initial recovery action plan, and you can see the picture of it there, and you were sent this. This is an internal document, this is not an external document, that was put together by the group recovery manager that really starts to outline both the short-term and the medium-term recovery action plans. So that the short-term action plans are very much during the response phase. So that's just about, can we get people moving within our district? And the medium phase is really where we're situated now. And this is the works that Anand has been alluding to. And this will go for a period of time. And this is really aiming us to get to a point where we are functioning again. We kind of get back to where we were. And the longer term action plan is something that we're working on at the moment. And that's very much looking to our community to hear what is our community's vision around what does recovery look like. And then make sure that we can dovetail that into other documents that we use here that are essential in council, looking at our long-term plan, looking at the adaptive pathways plan, making sure that we're not jarring in terms of those longer-term visions, and making sure that those can be feasible. As you can see, there are several different phases. And I think the thing that has really struck me in the last 4 weeks is really the time that this takes. You know, I actually managed to miss weather events in February, so I do feel like I'm atoning for it now. But when I think about those short events, those very short, sharp events, actually they have an enormously long tail to them. And as you can see here, that in that longer term, we're stretching out between 2024 and 2025 and possibly beyond. The other part that I'm working on, so just to go back to the final recovery action plan, that will be something that will be put to the Northern Civil Defence, and there will be a group action plan with myself, with WDC and Far North District Council, and that will be released for public viewing probably about the end of April. The other thing that I'm working on at the moment, and in fact that's taking up a lot of my time, is the Marrow Relief Fund. When I put this paper together with Anand, I said there that we'd had 42 applications to the Marrow Relief Fund. As of this morning, our fund actually closed at 5 o'clock on Monday, and we just had a flood of applications within the last few days. Those have just about all been processed. And when I left the office this morning, we had 144 applications for funding, and it equated to just under $2 million. So if we were just purely to look at what applicants had asked for, then that comes to $2 million. And the amount that we have in our fund at this moment is $487,277.09. Now, there are still a few more community events, so I expect that will still continue to rise. I don't expect it to jump up astronomically, and I don't expect it to match dollar for dollar the $2 million that people have sought in terms of funding. Just in terms of that funding, a number of people, we have in fact suggested that they look at other funds. So a lot of this has been really around educating people as they put in applications to consider whether it be MPI, whether it be the Northland Inc. So we have really tried as much as possible to give people some options, and then we've followed up to see if people have had insurance payouts since the time that they put in their initial funding, and we're now going through the process of assessing each and every application to make sure that we can distribute that money fairly and equitably. That will be done initially by a small group of people within council, so council staff, including myself, but we've got 2 people from our welfare team through our response who are also who do a community role. We have a couple of people from admin. We've got somebody from our iwi liaison group as well. So quite a diverse group of people that are looking at the applications. And once we've made a rationale, that will go through to our executive team and they will make the final say. And then that money will be then distributed.
Thank you, Glenys. Look, the next steps is that we'll continue to enhance the recovery plan as Glenys has outlined. And we'll be coming back to the April council meeting with a decision on moving as outlined in the presentation today. So that's the end, Mr. Questions?
Any questions out there? Okay. Okay, so we can adjourn for lunch.
Do you want that?
What's the time now? It's 1:24. We're going to have 40 minutes.
Yes, it's still on.
Make it 2 o'clock. O'clock.
That's still on.
O'clock.
Go on.
Yeah, after you, mate.
Okay, reconvene. Welcome back. Next part of our review today is Dargaville Water Storage Update 2023 by Mark, please. Mark, welcome.
Cheers. So I've got a presentation here which I'll try and move through, particularly the first part, quite quickly. And we can go back and forth through the slides as we need to answer questions at the end. But
So sorry, Mark, would you introduce yourself? Are you a council employee or a consultant?
a council employee.
Okay, thank you.
So Mark Shearer is Infrastructure Strategic Planner for the Kaikoura District Council. So yes, here's all about Dargaville water storage. It's running to me. Here we go. Okay, so I'll try to run through particularly the background quite quickly. So currently Dargaville and Bailey's Beach is off that scheme as well. We get our water run of river, which means that we take what we need from the river when we need it. And if there's not enough water in the river, then we have to start introducing water restrictions. We do have a dam and a reservoir for water storage, but it's set up in a way that is more for resource consenting rather than actually providing us with water directly.
Sorry. Can you explain that, please?
I'll get to that. There's another slide where I'll talk to that. I've got a diagram, so I'll get to that. So when there's not a lot of water in the when there's not a lot of water in the river, we have to introduce water restrictions, and that's not just a restriction on local residents; it's also a restriction on industry and businesses, and it makes a noticeable difference to people's pay packets and to retail in the main street of Dargaville. So recognising this, council recognised there was an issue with it, an issue there, and they also realised that we actually have plenty of water in Dargaville, but not necessarily all at the right time. And they said to the staff, we need to find a solution to this. We need to investigate options to incorporate an element of water storage into the system that we have. And through quite a bit of previous analysis which have been done, we've had it down to two options to be investigated further. One being, do we take council's existing reservoir and do a project around that? Or do we look at connecting up and buying shares into the water trust? So those were the two options that were investigated further. The investigations that we went through were ultimately drawn together into an indicative business case. And that business case had the purpose of indicating which is the better option to progress. The conclusion of that was that council's better option was to optimise and upgrade its existing infrastructure rather than spending funds constructing a whole new set of infrastructure through the trust. So that decision was made by council, and they directed staff to continue on here. Now let's go through the preferred option in a bit of detail. So, much of the map we're drawing to point to. So currently what we've got is this pipeline here, and that's coming from some streams up near Kaihu, and it's bringing the raw water back to Dargaville to be treated and distributed. When those streams start to dry up in dry weather, we've got an intake directly off the Kaihu River at Rotu, and we start taking water directly from the river at Rotu when things get drier. As the water level gets lower, we've built a dam, so we've got a supply of water, and what we can do there is, with our resource consent, if we release water for ecological benefit to the Waitoa stream, which runs down and around then into the Kaihu River, then we're allowed to keep taking water. So we don't actually use this water currently for people to drink.
What that means is that we had a particular scenario that we gave the consultants, and we said, whichever way we go, this is what we need to, this is the amount of water we need for Dargaville. Okay, and we said to them, this 3-month period where we don't get any water from anywhere else. And this needs to be our sole source of water. So, and we want 20% growth of the town as well. And what they've come back with is saying, well, what you could do is put a pump and harvest water as well, which will give you even more water again. So that's above and beyond what we were going to add. But it does future-proof it. It does future-proof things though, being able to also harvest, particularly because even during a dry summer when there was water restrictions, we might have a few thunderstorms up in the Kaihu Valley catchment, which then start to come past this point and the water level will suddenly come up quite considerably. If we had the ability, we could actually take some of that peak and put it in the dam, and within a few hours that water is gone, we'd still have what we'd harvested. So that essentially is the project that's been investigated there. My name is now the investigator. I've got more of my presentation, but what we've got is as we've progressed since the indicative business case, we've found that actually if we just build that pipeline alone, that'll give us a lot more resilience, and actually heightening that dam can be pushed further down the track. That pipeline alone will give us a lot of resilience. And we've also asked our engineers to look at that pumping option. Could we actually do just the pipeline and just the pumping without the extra dam heightening? And what kind of resilience would that give us, and how far then can we push the dam heightening? Also, we've got some other projects up the Kaihu Valley, which we're looking at as well, which could give us more water as well. So it could be that the actual dam heightening component could be pushed quite some years down the road potentially. Yes, so as I said, since the business case, the main thing we've done since that indicative business case, and council said to us, go continue with this option, we've done a lot more design work, and we're getting into that conceptual design stage, taking the design to basically researching in much more detail exactly what we would look to build, how we would look to build it, and particularly cost estimates. So the cost estimates that we had previously done and that were in that indicative business case, those were for comparative purposes, saying how different are these two options in order of cost. What we've now done is we've gone and done a more detailed exercise on that and had it peer reviewed as well by Alta Consultants. And what we're trying to get to there is saying this is an estimate which we are confident enough in that we can put this in a long-term plan and say this is how much money it's going to cost to do these projects. The other thing which has happened since then is that the Tito Tokoro Water Trust have come back to us and said that as they're progressing with the construction of their scheme, particularly the pipe distribution network, they're coming closer to Dargaville sooner than they previously had thought, and they had potentially a different offer for us, different deal for us, which we've looked at, but on the whole, that didn't change the business case as such. I'll come back to that as well. So currently what we're looking at doing at the moment is trying to do, the next stage of work is all of the investigations, detailed investigations, further design, assessment of environmental effects, all of the documentation that we need to do to be ready to apply for resource consent. And then we want to go further and apply for resource consent so that by the time we get to,
You a bit slow, please.
Yep, sorry. So where we want to get to with this is that by the time that we hand over to the new water entity, this is a shovel-ready project, where the only thing that the new entity needs to do is the very detailed design and the procurement, who's going to construct it, and the real details of how they're going to exactly construct it. That would be the only thing remaining for Entity A. We'd have this to a point where we can say, Entity A, this is an important project for our community. We've got to the point where it's essentially shovel-ready. So that's essentially what the work is that the staff are currently working on at the moment with that one. This is estimated costs, depending on exactly how you go through the analysis. We're looking at around $10 million. So the range of 7.1 to 12, but looking at around $10 million as the figure for all of the remaining work on this project to being constructed. That includes not only the initial pipeline, but it also includes the dam heightening as well. So that's the whole lot of the work we want to do with Waiatua. So next steps. So the aim, as I said, is to have this construction resource consents, have everything ready to go by 1 July. So when we hand over to Entity A, we can say that this is a shovel-ready project. So that's essentially the next step we're looking at there. And yeah, as I said, we can look at doing the pipeline work. Building that pipeline would be a project that could be undertaken in year one of Entity A's long-term plan. So it'd be a year one construction project, build the pipeline, heightening the dam. We're still going to do more analysis around exactly when that will be required. We'll have it shovel ready so that it could be constructed in year one, but it won't be needed. We know it won't be needed in year one. It's just a question of exactly where in their long-term plan it will be needed. And as I said, there's some other projects up the Kaihu we're looking at which might push that out further again. And that's essentially my presentation.
Questions, please, Councillor Lambeth.
Right, the dam, is that by catchment only at present?
Yes, currently the dam only refills from its catchment, and you can see the catchment shown there with the black line.
Yep, and part of taking water from that dam, I just want to clear that up, you have to allow so much to go down the natural stream, which is already there.
That we'll need to look at around the overflow. I'm not sure quite what the consent requirements are exactly around sending water down that natural stream. That's all part of the balance that the engineers have taken into account though.
What is the cost of the design and resource consent for your project?
So what we've got at the moment is an offer of service from one set of consultants, and won't mention here in public forum what they're asking for, because we are asking for service from another consultancy, because we want to not just sole source that, we want to do a bit of procurement around that. So we're still waiting on offers of service to go there, so to that piece of work. And it's not a huge sum.
And what is the cost of a shareholding and volume from the Te Tautaukau Trust? What are the two comparisons?
At around, okay, so the latest offer we've had from them, because their share price has come up, but the cost of the pipeline has gone down because they're looking to largely construct that and ask for a contribution towards that. So the latest offer to us is around $10 million, just over $10 million, which is about on par with, as I said, the estimate for this project is between 7 to 12. So looking at, and the estimate there was around $10 million for this as well. So they're roughly on par, but the current offer from the trust notably is missing the premium for priority access to the water. So if you look at the Far North, for example, I think the big difference between the Far North District Council, where they've gone down the road of buying shares in the trust there to get water for their municipal supplies. So they don't have their own dam already. We already have our own dam, which we can look at optimising options around. So we've got the two options on the table. For them, it's not, they don't really have the one option. And what they've done is they've paid a premium for the water. They have priority access so that people drinking, who need their water to drink or to shower or to cook their food with, have a priority access over people who to irrigate crops. So that's something which we would need to take down the road with the trust, and that's not in that offer. So seeing it just above 10 million, but that would be, if we were actually going to go down that road, it would be higher again.
And you're in regular communication with the trust?
Regular communication with the trust, yes.
Sorry.
We're very much been following everything that's been going on with, out there. I've been involved with that project for just about since inception. I think it's a really good project. It's a really good project. It's just that in this case, Kaipara District Council already has quite an elaborate raw water supply system for Dargaville, which includes an element of water storage which we can optimise and build on.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, just thinking about the long-term resilience. Now, I mean, obviously, if you're able to take out of the Kaihu River, and have a pipeline, well, that's pretty resilient. But with the dam size, if you're doing, presumably that would mean that you really don't need to increase the height of the dam, and you would still have, so long as the Kaihu River flowed, you would have resilience for whatever population ultimately happened in Dargaville. Would that be right?
So heightening by 1.5 metres does give us quite a bit more storage. So at the moment, like, as I say, the investigations are ongoing and we have directed the consultants to look at what if we just do the pipeline and put the pump on it to start the water harvesting. But at the moment, that's a piece of work we're asking them to go and do. But at the moment, what they're saying to us is you will need to heighten the dam at some time. It's a question of when. A big question, I suppose, a big part of the question, a big question mark over it is the growth projections for the town, and in that they've taken 20% growth in water consumption, which is the town's population is projected to increase by 20%. Or certainly on the projections that they were using, it's projected 20% projection, population projection, but about a third of Dargaville's water is used by Silver Fern Farms. So that actually is assuming then that their operation or similar wheat industry is going to increase by 20% as well. So that allows for quite a bit of industrial expansion in Dargaville, as well as the 20% population increase. So depending on what factory is open, really, as to how quickly that might actually be realised. So there's some question marks about exactly when we need to do the heightening. What they're saying at the moment is if you build the pipeline, that will look after you for some years to come, and then the dam heightening is a further project.
Councillor Nair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question is more related to the Tai Hockey, whatever you call it, the trust. Technical or financial feasibility on its own, regardless of whether council goes in there or not, versus Whitewater Dam, which has a catchment area. This dam has nothing, it's being pumped out from down to up, a long-term feasibility, and also the fact that they are also obligated to all those horticulturists or avocado farmers to supply a certain number of water. So there's no surety that you will be getting the water from that. Have you looked at that, or what's the main reason of rejection?
Yes, that's why you have to pay the premium to make sure that that they're retaining volume of water for us.
What do you mean premium?
So when you go to buy with the trust, what you're doing is you're purchasing shares in what's going to become the Kaipara Water Company. That's a better way to refer to it, right? You've got the Kaipara Water Company. You're going to buy shares in that. That allocates you a share of water. But if you want it for municipal supply, you pay a premium, so it's a higher share price basically to guarantee you that the water will most certainly be there for you. So it gives you preferential supply over other users. Not sure the exact.
That's a financial thing. I'm asking the technical feasibility. It's probably not able to supply. So what are you going to do with the premium if there's no water? So anyway, so I think that's the main reason I would reject it. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vincent.
Yeah.
Councillor Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have a question, but I just want to comment on it. I think it's a brilliant idea because of its simplicity and it's making better use of an existing asset. Also, the project lends itself to being handled in sort of modular stages. Okay, the pipeline is the one essential thing to make it happen, but then a further step can be putting in the pumping facility, and a further step can be raising the dam. And it does give council independence from the other source that might be provided through Te Tokoroa Trust. On the other hand, I appreciate that you are in regular communication with them, because you never know, they might just find that they're going to be even closer to Dargaville and that therefore the price will be even cheaper than it is now, just with changing circumstances. So I think as long as you keep, I wouldn't want to turn my back on them unless I was keeping an eye through the rear vision mirror for what they're up to.
Yeah, so it's a dynamic environment that we're working in. We've got a direction we're progressing in, but at the same time, it's a dynamic environment. Things do change, and certainly we take the time to consider changing environment and other offers that come from the trust.
I think either way, it would still be a good investment to have this as a shovel-ready project at the time of the handover to the entity A, should that be what eventuates. And if not, well then we're that much further ahead with progressing this solution.
Councillor Howard, and then I'll have Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins. Councillor Howard, done. Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins up there.
Thank you. I think
that's
Councillor
me.
Hand up first.
Is it you, is it? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, there's two. I see another hand up there. Okay. Councillor Paniora.
Yeah, so my question was just in relation to so the purchasing of the shares, and so the rationale behind it is because we go into restrictions and droughts. Where will the water supply feed if we do purchase the shares? Who will be the end user in terms of our ratepayers?
Yeah, so if the trust were to come back to us, with Kaipara Water Company as it's soon to become, if they were to come back to us with a better offer, and the analysis was to be done, it was to be concluded that investing in the trust was the better solution. So the reservoir that they're constructing is a schematic of it showing on screen there. That's under construction in the hills near Glinks Gully.
Yeah, so I understand all of that. I've had some work. I've worked with iwi on that. What I'm asking you is, who will the end user be in the out of our ratepayers? So where's the water going to go if we purchase shares? Because when we go into drought restrictions, the restrictions are in place for, you know, washing cars, things like that. I've never had a time where we've not been able to access water for essential needs like drinking water and showers and toilets and what have you. So are we purchasing shares for so that people can, you know, continue to wash their cars in summer? I'm not quite sure what the solution is that we're trying to.
Yep. So so the intention is to end water restrictions. So, you know, yes, indeed, we never say to people, be careful how much water you drink out of the tap, because people need to drink.
Okay. Shouldn't we be encouraging and educating people to stop using as much water as they do use, instead of enabling them to be able to continue to wash their cars and do unnecessary things in the summertime when we have less water? Is really what I'm getting at. So we're enabling more use of water instead of educating for people to minimise their water use by purchasing these shares.
Yep. So purchasing the shares is not the proposal; it's the investment in the Waiatua Reservoir. But yeah, so where we come to with that is we go back again. If you look at the slide here, we say we shortlisted two options. So we looked at a number of options. One of them was around do we look at reducing water use? Do we look at incentivising private rainwater tanks? And we come up the road, up with the presentation here. The big impact is really on the industry, particularly the Silver Fern Farms meatworks. So as I say, they use about a third of the water, but they're also an anchor local employer. When we introduce water restrictions, and we are frequent communication with Silver Fern, very frequent communication, daily communication over summer, over what the river levels are, how much water is available, and then how they manage their operations as a result of that. And when we go into water restrictions, what they're essentially doing is sending stock down country to be processed at other meatworks. The consequence of that is there's less hours available for casual staff, and essentially people are having less hours at work, less earnings, and then that flows on to the wider community. It also means that when people are, when industry is looking for a place to establish and saying, do we buy some land and do we set ourselves up? What are the transport linkages like? What's the production base? What's the power grid like? What's the water supply like? And that's when they look at Dargle and say, actually, maybe we'll take our business and our factory elsewhere. So
Okay, so two observations, I guess, and points that I want to make is firstly, where does the responsibility or the balance lie in terms of council and Silver Fern Farms? So you use Silver Fern Farms as an example. Is it not for them to purchase shares in this, as opposed to us purchasing shares and then providing them with that water capacity? So that's the first observation I want to make. And then the second thing is I would only be in agreement with this proposal if we're going to purchase the shares to then put our own premiums on to the end user. So if we're just purchasing the shares and we're not going to charge any further in water supply, then I wouldn't be in agreement with this. But if we're going to purchase the shares and then we're going to charge a premium to, say, for example, Silver Fern Farms, then I would be in agreement with this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to answer and bring a bit of clarity, we go into restrictions because the river flows go low and we have no control of that. And therefore, you know, we will do an education on use water wisely, but as a result of the river going low and we have no control, we have to go into restrictions. I think what we're saying here is that there's two options on the table. One is increasing our own asset or purchasing water from another shareholder. And we've also got growth happening in the district. So we want to make sure that we enable growth, not hinder growth. Now, if Silver Fern's buying shares, we can't give them priority over anyone else because our piping network doesn't allow that to take place. So we've got to look at this as a holistic district-wide solution. I think through you, Mr. Mayor, given that we've had some more new information around the scheme, the Te Tai Tokerau scheme, bringing the pipe closer, and Mark is alluding to that, you know, might even come even closer. I think the best way is that we take this off the table and we have some further conversations with Te Tai Tokerau. We obviously know what our scheme is going to cost, and we bring it back to council with more firmer outcomes. I'm actually going to visit the scheme in a couple of weeks' time. They've invited me to it, so we'll get a bit of idea. But Councillor Naya is right. They rely on taking water from downstream to a pump system. The benefit of there is that they've got volume. You know, they've got scale in terms of the water that they can hold. Now, if we wanted to be a priority over the farmers, then that's the premium that we would pay to ensure we've got security of supply.
So there's still work to do in the space in terms of working out what's on offer?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to go to District Licensing Committee Selection Panel and Processes.
Oh,
Lovely.
okay. I was thinking, can I be a member?
So Anna up here, and I know you're right, Councillor Lambeth. So since the report was written, it was originally written with the aim of reviewing the membership and possibly increasing the membership. We've had a few conversations with the chair, so it's Mark Farnsworth of the committee and all that sort of stuff through, and he's comfortable with the number of members and the availability of the members who are currently on the district licensing committee. So we are required to bring it to you to review the list, but we're comfortable with the numbers. The chair's comfortable with the numbers. Gordon Lambeth, Councillor Lambeth, you might want to add to the conversation as well if you wish. But we don't think we need to review the membership of the committee any longer, and that's what I'm proposing to do, i.e. not review the membership, and just seek your feedback on that.
Councillor Larson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I concur with the suggestion made by the Chief Executive. We already have a list. I think we should not commit any further staff time or financial resources to going through a process that we don't need to go through, and just carry on as they are.
Working fine?
Yeah.
Is that the consensus?
Yes, consensus.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did have a question though. regarding how many occasions have the troops been called out to do something since they've been?
Yeah, so in the last referendum, it was twice. Yeah.
Oh,
October and
once a year.
But we do know that there are current applications that will be going to a hearing soon. So
we've got a thumbs up from councillor Paniora, I think.
Still up, got your hand up there, councillor Paniora?
She just gave it a thumbs up sign.
Oh, okay. Good on you. I understand now, sorry. Councillor Lambeth?
Spoke a bit as Mark's a previous member of the licensing committee also, and when he got elected, the previous triennium that you resigned from it as just stop. I don't know really why he resigned, but it was just for
what I was told.
Yeah, and it's been hinted that way too for me, but I know the chair wants me to stay there. One of the people on that committee is a professional from down the line who is on several other committees. I think since you left, Mark.
He's gone to the pack?
No. No. There has been very little work for us to do, and I basically don't get called to go on it now because we need more experience to those new members. But there is definitely not the work there to warrant that expenditure. Yeah.
Will have to happen though, won't it, in a couple of years' time? Because it's got to be reviewed every 5 years. Right. But that just extends it up.
June 2025.
There probably will be some hearings coming up shortly after last weekend, but there was a few things that went wrong last weekend in the district, so, but
So historically, the workload hasn't been significant. We're confident that we can keep going with the numbers that we have, and you're entitled to be on there, councillor Lambert, that's fine. And we'll do the full review at the 5-year mark like we're required to. Does that sound like a good approach to Yvonne? Fantastic, thank you. And while the mayor's just in the toilet, councillor Larson, are you okay if I just move to the next item?
Yeah, I'd like you to do that, please. Thank you.
Fantastic, Deputy Mayor. So the next item is about standing orders. And you'll recall last year we brought the code of conduct to you. We went through a process of reviewing the code of conduct. You decided on that. At the time, we said the standing orders will need to be done. Feedback at the time was that you'd like to get across standing orders, have a look at the training, and then come back and have that discussion. So we're putting that in front of you for discussion. You've had your standing orders training. You've seen it work in practice at council meetings now. You kind of are a bit more informed about how the standing orders work. Seeking feedback here. It is one of those foundational planks in governance world that you are wise to review after every triennium, so you get across it. I feel that you've had the exposure now to understand it and get across it. There is a new template provided by LGNZ. From a staffing perspective, I haven't had any significant issues with the current standing orders and how they've been working over the past term. So I put that to you for thinking about and seeking some feedback on whether or not we do the standing orders more deeply or whether or not we just continue with the current.
Councillor Larson.
So thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, my feedback is that I would like to stick with the current standing orders and not invest any further staff time or resources in reviewing and changing them. Thank you.
Any further feedback? Councillor Wynne?
I agree with that. I think that the document is straightforward. We've all been using it and it works really well. So I'm happy with where it's at. Yeah.
I'm happy as well. Ross?
I am happy except for the fact that furore we caused because of Karakia. Is it clarified or could it be better clarified that it is part of mayor's discretion? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Move on to the next item. Item 4. Well, I've got 4.
Just to clarify, so sorry, Mr. Mayor. So we're not going to review the current standing orders. We will continue with it.
My conclusion of that review is that we stick with one.
Which one are we on to next?
So we're on all that.
Oh, it's just the
Going to
Okay. This one is of interest. It's the Dargaville Town Hall Annex Condition Update, which will be presented by John Fitt. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Worship. Take my report as read. I'll just quickly go through the presentation, which I understand you all had a copy of. So obviously the Dargaville Town Hall, there's an annex or an epicentre, as they called it, that was constructed in the late 90s. Not well, unfortunately. It has a combination of poor design, construction and materials, and has really developed significant issues in recent years. As part of this current LTP, council had commissioned some work on how to fix that, and we've got some estimates in early 2020 that there was a cost of between 4 to 5.5 million in 2020 dollars to fix it. Or there was an alternative proposal, which was actually to demolish it and then reclad the old War Memorial Hall, Dargaville War Memorial Hall, which or Northern Wairoa Memorial Hall to be correct, sorry, and separate the buildings. And so after the consultation phase of the LTP, council adopted the second option of demolishing it, and that was phased in the LTP based on best guess at the time that it would be, and I think 24, 25 that work stream would happen. And I'm noting there that the estimates were from 2020, so they're likely to have changed.
John, can I ask you one question through the chair? I actually met the person who put this strange design building, Kevin Messon, and I would like to see that estimate of 4.5 to 5 million to fix this leaky. If you can share with the elected members, that'll be awesome to see why it will cost so much. Thank you.
Essentially, the costs are involved because you would have to remove the roof structure completely and then rebuild it. So it's either rebuilding it as it currently is with the curved roofs and the internal guttering, or the upper level was to take the existing roof off and replace it with a monopitch roof that would have the water being discharged on the exterior of the building rather than internally.
Yeah, but the amount is very exorbitant, so I would like to see it. Thank you.
Yeah. I think the last council, the members that were here at the time recall that, you know, there was some, I guess, shock at the estimates, but leaky buildings are inherently very, very expensive to repair. And right around the country, there's been cases where something that seems quite simple, the costs have gone up and up and up. And often, in hindsight, and it's been found in recent times that demolishing and starting afresh is actually the cheapest option. Would be my comment to that. So one of the significant issues, and it's shown on this particular slide, is this internal guttering that was created when the annex was built. And you can see that there's a lot of kind of funny looking downpipes and things. So basically there's an awful lot of roof structure that's discharging into this area here. And fundamentally it's not large enough to cope with the volume of water. And then what happens is it overtops the guttering and then enters the building and starts the deterioration process to the timbers and the linings and all that sort of thing. So particularly along the old hall, there was a false parapet built there, which is not flashed well, so water enters in. All the wooden joinery that comes up against that facing is rotting, and so the glass there is potentially unsecure now. and that all that membrane through that whole centre piece has failed, and every time it rains, there's more water entering into the epicentre.
Don, if I could just, can I just interrupt you? Sorry, the first person with their hand up was councillor Paniora. Get a question there, councillor Paniora?
Thank you. Yes, I do through the chair. So you've just said that the estimates are out of date by what, 2 or 3 years? So it's probably jumped up by 20% at best. So my question is, have we considered, like, are we throwing good money for bad in what sounds like trying to remediate and then also refurb and redo bad work? Has it been explored? Have we explored building virtually somewhere else in town? Or
Well, essentially, that's the plan. Is that the Northern Wairau Memorial Hall itself is relatively sound if it can be separated from the leaky annex which was attached to it. So we're not proposing to rebuild the leaky annex. We're proposing to demolish that and then remediate the functionally sound Northern Wairau Memorial Hall, or Memorial Hall, I should say.
Yeah, supplementary question, because if it's out of date, I'm guessing that the figures are around the $7 million mark, and I would think for $7 million we could have a brand spanking new building in a completely different place, as opposed to us trying to.
The 5.5 million estimate is to repair the existing epicentre, not to demolish it and to reclad the hall. So it's not the hall itself, the old hall, the 1950s hall, that's the issue. It's the 1990s extension. So the council's current plan and the LTP is to demolish that 1990s extension and re-establish the two older buildings as separate entities and fix the damage that's happened to particularly the War Memorial Hall.
Councillor Lambeth?
Yeah, just if I can indulge people who are unaware, if we have a look at that photograph there, the building to the left, that line going down there is the old 1970s hall. Beyond that, the pink and the blue is the new bit that's been put on. The bit to the right is well over 100
just coming up to 100 years old now.
100 years old. But the bit in the centre there where they've done it, that's where all the toilets are, servicing all that. So there's going to have to be some work, even with demolition, to reinstate those.
That's correct.
Those up, am I correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just to enlighten you a little bit on what's there. But those two buildings were separate and they were as dry as a bone before.
That's right, correct. Yeah, yeah. It's the work that were done in the late 1990s that's created the issue. So yeah. And obviously, particularly with the weather we had in the earlier part of this year and in February, it's the building's deteriorated further. It was not in great shape in early March. And so we've currently got a work stream underway. We've had air quality sampling done. We're waiting for a report. We had a big surveyor came in and he gave us a report yesterday and has highlighted significant issues with the building. And then today we've had further experts in from the company that did the original 2020 estimates, Maynard Marks, and who've been working on the design for the demolition and reinstatement of the old building. And they're doing further assessments today and will provide another report. But it's looking likely that the building is not safe to continue in its current state. And given that council's plan is to demolish, and that probably needs to happen sooner rather than later, there may be ways that we could keep it operational. Example here is a scaffold crash deck. So you put that in internally so that people walking through, they wouldn't have things falling on them. It doesn't solve the mold problems because of the damp. It's creating a really moldy environment, which is good for people with health issues, particularly asthma and the health compromised. And so to continue to operate it may be really problematic and costly for not a great deal of return, given that it's going to be demolished in any case. Clearly that's going to have some impacts on current users of the hall, in particular the cinema. Chief Executive and I have had some initial conversations with the cinema. And I understand we're going to have some further discussions this afternoon and the public excluded about some options that we can work with the cinema to work through how they might be able to continue to operate.
Councillor Aaron Wilson-Collins.
Thank you. Sorry, a bee just flew into my house. It's okay. Sorry, thank you, John. Just in regards to that, though, also the CAB, can you please enlighten us on what effect
Yeah,
they
so the CAB, their space is outside in the foyer and has a separate entrance. So until demolition, we think they can continue to operate, because even if we close the foyer itself, because of the air quality issues, it's not going to potentially affect the CAB. We will have to work with the CAB to help them find another space to operate from, but we've got a little bit more time than we might have with the cinema, for example.
Okay, so has the CAB received any communications from council yet?
Yes,
or is that something?
they have. I believe they were given a heads up last week. We haven't had a sit down meeting with them, which we'll need to do. We haven't got anybody that's in council staff that's got a close relationship with them, so we've probably got to develop that.
Oh, okay. I know them, if that helps.
Yeah, well, it'd be good to get some contacts with the people that are heading up the team there, if you like, so we can meet with them and start working through things.
Okay.
But obviously, we've had some questions up to now, but happy to take any further questions.
Sorry, through the chair, what's the time frame when the cinema is back in action?
Well, if we were to say, yes, we're going to go ahead with the demolition today, it's probably at least a 6-month phase before
demolition.
We've still got to finalise design, we've got to get consents, we've got to go through procurement, and then we've got the works phase. So probably 6 to 9 months before we've got the space ready to do something with.
Where the cinema will not be in town for 6 to 9 months?
Well, I think we can have a discussion about in the next session.
I talked to actually Erin Wilson-Collins, because I know she's involved in the arts side of things quite intimately, and I talked to Jason as well this morning about this matter and about how sensitive it is to the community over there with the their use of the cinema, and it sounds like the interim solution is to use that, is to continue to use it with that crash above.
So we'll have some further conversation in the public excluded section.
Yeah,
of the,
okay.
this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Save that till later then. Councillor Manderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, would there be merit in waiting and providing the work opportunity to people in a year or so and experiencing the costs of removal?
Yeah. Just through the chair, it's probably, it's a hard question, is because you say, well, we may get a recession and there may be more resource chasing a fewer amount of work, but that's not a certainty either. We are in a constrained environment in terms of labour and in an inflationary environment. So my sense would be it'd be somewhat risky to defer things, hoping that you're going to get a cheaper price. That's not necessarily a good strategy.
Okay, so I'll move this on because we're going to take it into a PIX.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if we have to move into PIX for the next item, then.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, unless there's further questions, but we're going to be further discussing this, so move on.
Yep, I'll just ask. Media person.
Media person.
Yeah. Or maybe that will probably. Oh, okay, right. The other one? Yeah.